Let us pray and thank God for all those victories this morning. Heavenly Father, we love you and we thank you. We give you all the praise, glory, and honor for what you've done and what you continue to do in our lives. We thank you for another day and another breath of life. Lord, we thank you for this conference and every patriot in this room. We ask that you continue to bless us and protect us and keep us as we strategize and celebrate every victory of America. We thank you for Matt and Mercedes Schlapp, who are at the helm of CPAC and who've answered the call for such a time as this. Lord, we thank you for President Donald J. Trump and our America today. We ask you that you continue to bless him and keep him and guide him and send your angels to protect him and his family. We ask that you continue to anoint every leader in America as they continue to lead our country in the right direction as we make America great again under your guidance and leadership, Father. We thank you for this day and we thank you for this conference. In your wonderful name, in Jesus' name we pray. Everybody says, amen.
Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are switching to Newsmax. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need those woke streaming services anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Rob Finnerty.
Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really, really terrific.
Gain access to exclusive documentaries, series, and special briefings. It's free to start. So go to NewsmaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Tucked away in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Lynchburg, Virginia, you'll find us, Liberty University. Here, we pursue excellence in all of our academic endeavors, from anywhere. We fight for victory in our athletic programs and fan the flames with a mighty roar. We equip students with a Christ-centered perspective that changes lives. We are creators, problem solvers, and world changers. But above all of this, we are champions for Christ.
Freedom, sovereignty, prosperity. The Patriots for Europe Foundation is on a mission to make Europe great again. Globalist elites have led Europe into a dead-end street. Violent crime has surged because of mass immigration. The Green Deal has put the future of the European economy at risk. Fake NGOs and the massive bureaucracy in Brussels are interfering in our democracies. Patriots must take action. We bring analysis, we organize debates, we build the network of patriots to challenge the woke narrative head on. Patriots for Europe Foundation.
TikTok is being banned all over the world. What will you do with your platform and followers? The solution is Realster. Realster has all of the features of TikTok and more, and offers complete data privacy and is safe for children with parental controls. Realster is an American-made, American-housed video sharing platform similar to TikTok that will not compromise your data or the safety of your children. Download in the App Store today.
Hey, it's Matt Schlapp with CPAC. You know, we've had a huge problem in this country with election fraud. But at CPAC, that's not a problem. Our only problem is getting each and every one of you to vote. So look at your badge. You have a number on that badge. And get your phone out and vote on all the issues that matter. And my guess is you probably like what Trump's doing as well. And we'll have the results for you very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is CPAC International. Please welcome CPAC board member Gordon Chang.
Hello, Patriots! Hello, Freedom Warriors! Last year at CPAC, when we were here, dangerous regimes, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea were on the march. They were infiltrating and subjugating free societies. The world was aflame and peace seemed unattainable. At home, we had leftists, communists, globalists, wokers. We had deviants. Evil itself were taking over. But now, all of them, at home and abroad, are in retreat because we have had enough. We are taking over our societies. One school board, one town council, one country at a time. And our movement is global. It's here and it's around the world. Freedom is back because America is back. And America is back because President Trump is back. The flame of freedom burns bright in this room, in this country, and in the hearts of good people everywhere. And CPAC is leading the charge. In Japan, Jay Aiba started the first CPAC in 2017. He's held a CPAC every year since, and now conservatism is showing its green shoots in Japan. In Australia, CPAC Australia was instrumental in protecting freedom of expression, and it was protecting equal rights. In 2023, it defeated an amendment that would have treated different citizens different ways. And clearly, this was racial prejudice. This referendum that CPAC Japan defeated, it would have made sure that different races were treated unfairly. CPAC Korea. CPAC Korea is defending the most fragile democracy on the face of the earth. In South Korea, leftists are trying to seize the government by removing President Yoon Suk-yeol. And the only thing that is stopping this from happening is conservatives on the streets in the cold confronting leftist forces. And we are seeing in Mexico, their CPAC Japan is attacking leftism everywhere, which is embedded thoroughly in Mexican society. So far, CPAC has been to Japan, it's been to Korea, Hong Kong, Australia, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, Hungary, and Israel. And we are going to other countries soon because CPAC in this country stands shoulder to shoulder with free people everywhere. Freedom warriors, we are now in a fight. We're in a fight between democracy and tyranny, between freedom and oppression, and between good and evil. And freedom warriors, we stand our ground, we do not yield, we are civilization's last line of defense. And yes, we will prevail because the Almighty is on our side. May God protect and bless all of you. Thank you. Fight!
Hello, CPAC. Oh, so much for that. Oh.
Well, Warren, here we are on the big stage.
Yes.
Elon and JD, they were just there.
They were just there. They're the B team. We're the A team now.
Now, Warren, you're a former president of the left Labor Party in Australia.
Right.
One of the things I find exciting here is seeing, you know, former leftist Democrat supporters like Elon and RFK and Tulsi, even Zuck. Can you believe it? Zuck is even flirting with free speech. It's amazing. Tell us about your journey from left to right.
Well, as I said, I was president, national president of the Australian Labor Party for a few years. And then, you know, but I've always had this basic belief in capitalism and freedom, liberties, freedom of speech, freedom of religion and that. And I saw the Labor Party moving very quickly to the far left. They were left, but they've gone so far left it's not funny. They're almost spinning around in a circle. And then I said, I can't stay in this party, so I left. And then I left, and then I was asked by a Prime Minister, a Liberal Party Prime Minister, to come and work for them. And I did. That was the John Howard years. And then I went on to Tony Abbott and I found my ground. It was fresh air for me. The idea of freedoms and liberties that we've got to fight for. And it reminded me of the conversations I read about with Margaret Thatcher, where you got to, you know, liberty and freedoms and that you've got to fight. You have a battle for. And every morning you've got to get up and fight the same battle again. And so that's what I committed myself for. And this is when I met this great man, the founder of CPAC Australia, and he convinced me to join, and let's take up that battle.
And I must say, that's one of the smartest decisions I've ever made, was to invite Warren to become chairman of CPAC Australia, because we've got an election coming up in a couple of months in Australia, and there's a resurgence of confidence within the Australian Conservatives. And a lot of that confidence can largely be traced back to you, Warren, when you led the fight against a horrible proposed amendment to the Australian Constitution. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, that's right. The Constitution that they're going to change was put one race above every other race, one single group that was going to have more power than the rest of Australians. And yet Australia is like America. We're a country of, yes, Indigenous people, like the Native Americans and that, well, our Aboriginal people, but also we're a large country of immigrants, people who are coming to Australia looking for a better life, looking for the freedoms and that we offer. And yet here we were, these woke people were going to change our constitution, give more power to one group than any other group. So I stood up, and of course I was with the great Senator Jacinta Nampijinpa Price. Right, good on her. So we got up and we fought this battle. And what we knew was that Australian people had been so beat up, had been so crushed by the wokes and the cancel culture that they were scared about voting. In fact, when we kicked off, it was something like 80% were going to vote for this change in the Constitution against 20% no. But within 4 to 5 months, we flipped it. We gave the Australian people a voice, that they could stand up against this cancel culture, that they could stand up for equality and that everyone is equal before God. We are all God's children. And we won. We ended up winning 60-40, and we destroyed that attack on our constitutional freedom.
And that was really the beginning of the resurgence, as I said, in confidence for the Conservative parties in Australia. And that, of course, has just been compounded so much more with the election of Donald J. Trump. That's been fantastic, hasn't it?
It has been brilliant to see Donald Trump come back and help us in this resurgence, in fact, leading it and making the world feel more confident about standing up for their rights and freedoms. And having him there has just, we're so proud to be at CPAC here. We're so proud, to see JD Vance and the people who have been working so hard with Donald Trump to make the world free again. The other thing too, we are coming up with an election.
We have the election.
We're having an election coming up in a couple of months. And for the first time in nearly 100 years, it looks like a government will not have a second term, that we are going to slay the Socialist Labor government and bring the Conservatives back into power.
And you know what, Warren? They're going to win, or we hope that they'll win, not because they're pandering to the other side. They've found their voice, haven't they? Peter Dutton, the leader, has found his voice. He's standing up for the values and principles of which we hold dear. And wouldn't you believe it? People are responding. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought that people love the idea of having freedom? But having the idea that people are created equal. Wouldn't you find it really weird that they love the capitalist system where you can run your own businesses and employ people and do things? He's standing up and fighting against the left. He's making it to be proud to be Australians. In fact, he's put up that we all should stand under the Australian flag, like you all stand under the American flag and be proud of it and be proud of your country. And it's just amazing how people are responding to this. And as I said, it looks like for the first time in 100 years, the possibility of a government being tossed out in its first term. And that is going to be an incredible time for us.
Now, we have a CPAC in Australia. Who wants to come down under to Australia? All right, we need a bigger room, Warren.
We need a bigger room. We're going to get a big room.
So CPAC in Australia is in September 18 to 20. We'd love to see you down under. We're a pretty friendly bunch. We'll have the koalas waiting for you at the airport.
Be careful of the koalas. They're cute and cuddly, but they may pee on you. So what's that?
Well, we thank you for making us feel so welcome here. There's one commitment we will make to you. Your president has committed to you, and you have enabled your president to have the opportunity to make America great again. I heard Nigel Farage say yesterday that he is going to make Britain great again. We will commit to you that we will do everything possible to make Australia great again. Thank you.
CPAC Korea, former Ambassador at Large for Global Criminal Justice, Morris Tan.
Good morning, CPAC. It was my honor to serve in President Donald J. Trump's first term as his ambassador at large for global criminal justice. And I want to hearken back a bit of history here. In 1950, the Joseph Stalin installed government of North Korea invaded South Korea to seek to overrun it. And in that conflict, a US-led coalition of 20-some countries repelled the communist aggression at the price of 50,000 American casualties. I honor the blood that was spilled by American soldiers to keep the whole peninsula from being one big North Korea, which is the most oppressive, darkest, most unjust place on planet Earth. And believe me, I know of many such places around the world, and it is number one in that regard. Now, South Korea stands on the edge of a cliff. The democracy in South Korea is in a danger that has not been in for decades. President Yoon, who loves America, who was strongly and staunchly allied with the United States of America, has been impeached and is in danger of being prematurely removed from office. Why? Because he had the courage to stick out his neck and say that there are things that are amiss in South Korea because there have been many indications of election fraud. We know something about that, I think, here in the United States. And there is a parallel situation going on. President Yoon, indeed, has been called the Donald Trump of Asia. And he declared martial law in order to try to seize evidence in regards to the election cheating that he believes has run rampant and has given the Liberal Democratic Party in South Korea an overwhelming supermajority in South Korea that they have used in legislative tyranny to overrun the country, to give a haven to North Korean spies, to welcome the influence of the Chinese Communist Party. And they are rushing through a conviction process potentially before the Constitutional Court that if 6 justices on that court vote to remove him from office, he will be prematurely removed from office even though he was the duly elected president of Korea by the people of South Korea. They are rushing this through because his chief political rival who wants to supplant him as president, Lee Jae-myung, who has allegedly sent millions of dollars over to North Korea against US sanctions and against the UN Security Council sanctions, who has aligned himself with North Korea and with the Chinese Communist Party, is himself accused of various crimes that if he is convicted, he would be disqualified from being a candidate for president of South Korea. So there is a legal and political race going on to try to convict and remove President Yoon before Lee Jae-myung is disqualified for running for president of Korea in the emergency election that will ensue if Yoon is removed. This is an issue for which freedom-loving, democracy-loving Americans should not be neutral. This is a situation where our government and our people should stand with our allies in South Korea and with President Yoon and stand up and be counted and let the world know that the robbing of democracy and the destruction of democracy, that we spilled blood to the tune of 50,000 casualties in the Korean War, will not be in vain, but that the democracy in South Korea could flourish and the people's elected president, President Yoon, who loves America, who's closely aligned with America, would be able to be vindicated in the Constitutional Court and restored to his rightful office. Thank you.
is this president is calling my family, is calling me, is calling MAGA supporters enemy of America.
That's right.
I am the daughter of a Cuban political prisoner who fought for freedom, who fought against authoritarian and dictators. He sounds just like Fidel Castro did. Fidel Castro would target the enemies of his government and try to take them down. This is exactly what we're seeing with Joe Biden. He should be ashamed of himself. No American should be called a Nazi or be called an enemy of the state. Yeah. Those of us who love this country, and I have spent my whole life defending freedom in America.
As I think it was President Reagan said, we're from the government. We're here to help.
I think you all know that I've always felt the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
We're from the government. We're here to help.
Being woke is easy when it was just a call to defund the police or end capitalism, right? It's a little different when your fellow ideologues start cheering for your beheading. And here's a question. This next video, does this look like London to you? The pro-Hamas protests making for a very interesting political moment at Harvard. A university recently ranked the worst school for free speech in America. What would Harvard do in a moment like this, we all wondered? A school that will expel you for using the wrong pronoun and making a pink-haired trans girl cry. Well, in this moment, Harvard just miraculously transformed into free speech absolution. Apparently at Harvard, there's nothing offensive at all, even though everything's offensive at Harvard. There's nothing offensive at all about celebrating the murder of 1,000 people, including a whole bunch of kids.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President and founder of Movimiento Viva Mexico, Eduardo Verástegui.
Buenos días. Good morning. Good energy right here. So, dear friends, brothers and sisters in the fight for life, family, and freedom, it is an honor to stand before you today, not just as a Mexican, not just as a conservative, but as a fellow soldier in this great battle for our civilization. Today, we gather not just as citizens of our respective nations, but as one great family of patriots who understand a fundamental truth. If evil never rests, then neither can we. The good news is that common sense has won once again in the United States. President Trump has won for a 3rd time. Yes. President Trump is back. And after these 4 years, he should run again. 4 more years. 4 more years. There you go. I agree with you. We are living in a defining moment in history. This is not just another political cycle, not just another ideological struggle. What is at stake is the future of our nations, the future of our children, and the survival of Western civilization itself. A civilization built on truth, justice, and liberty. Yet today, those values are under attack like never before across many countries in our region. The enemies of freedom are advancing in Latin America. Communism, Marxism, woke ideology, narco states, and globalist elites who seek to enslave our people. So I ask you, are we going to let them take over the rest of the world? Of course not. Are we going to sit back and watch as our nations fall to corruption, tyranny, and moral decay? Of course no. We are going to fight, and that's why I'm going to join the Elon Musk and President Trump's movement. My heart goes out to all of you. Fight, fight, fight. And that's why the work that CPAC is doing around the world is crucial. Because only when we fight together can we win. Thank you, Matt and Mercedes, for your leadership. And thank you for your invitation. And I'm happy to announce that CPAC Mexico will be taking place in Mexico City in September. Please follow our social media, CPAC Mexico on Instagram and X. Very soon, we will be sharing all the details of the event. I would love to see all of you there. I promise you, you will have the best time of your life. Great food, great margaritas with moderation. With moderation, it's okay. Freedom fighters, are you ready to keep fighting? Here is a call to action on 3 principles. Our fight will be grounded in 3 fundamental human rights: life, family, and freedom. The battle for life. The first battle we must fight is the battle to protect the culture of life. Because if we do not defend life, especially the lives of the most vulnerable, if we do not stand up for the most innocent, the most defenseless, then sooner or later we will destroy each other. We will kill each other. As Mother Teresa said, the greatest destroyer of peace today is abortion, because it is a war against the child, a direct killing of the innocent child, murdered by the mother herself. Today, in many parts of the world, being pro-life is seen as an act of rebellion. They call us radicals for saying something as basic as every human being has the right to be born. Can you believe that? But I ask you, who are the radicals? Who are the real radicals? Radicals are those who advocate for the killing of babies in the womb, even at 9 months of pregnancy, and in some cases, even after birth. Who are the radicals? Well, that is not just radical, that is evil. They tell us abortion is a right, when in reality, it is the greatest genocide of our time. They tell us euthanasia is an act of compassion, when in truth, real compassion is protecting every human life, because every human life matters. But we will not remain silent, because evil triumphs when good people remain silent. And when good people remain silent, they're not good people anymore, because they are part of the problem. We will continue to expose this culture of death and promote a culture of life. Because a nation that kills its own children has no future. The second front of our fight is the defense of the family. The family is the foundation of society. It's the first government, the first church, and the first school. And that is why the enemies of freedom want to destroy it. They seek to impose ideologies that confuse our children, strip away their innocence, and attack marriage and motherhood. Because a country without strong families is a weak country, very easily manipulated and controlled. We will defend God's design for the family and protect the innocence of our children. Finally, we will defend freedom. We live in an era where those who speak the truth are persecuted, where censorship and political oppression have become the tools of tyrants. We have seen how they try to silence pro-life leaders, silence priests who preach God's word, silence ordinary citizens who simply want to live in peace. Freedom is a gift from God, and no government has the right to take it away from us. We will also follow the principles of freedom to grow our economies, lift our brothers and sisters out of poverty, and build a strong middle class. In Latin America, we have seen how socialism makes makes the majority of the population very poor. These people love poverty that they multiply it. They love so much poverty that they end up multiplying it. Socialism is a cancer. It destroys everything that it touches. Right now in Mexico, we have a socialist government. Mexico is becoming like Venezuela, Cuba, or Nicaragua. If we don't react soon, tomorrow is going to be too late. And for all these reasons, I'm here. I joined the fight for freedom many years ago when I was working in Hollywood as an actor. I made a promise to God that I will never use my talents again to do anything that will offend my faith, my family, or my Latino culture. And after I made that promise, I ended up not working for 4 years. Be careful what you promise. So I opened a production company and I became a film producer. We started with Bella, Little Boy, Sound of Freedom, Cabrini, and in December, the new one, The Massacre of the Holy Innocents. I'm not a politician. I'm an actor, a filmmaker, and a human rights activist. But I learned that in politics, there is no empty seats. There's always someone occupying those spaces, making decisions that will change the destiny of our nation. If not forever, then at least for a long time. And those decisions will affect our families for good or for bad. So after our movie Sound of Freedom was released, my eyes were open on many fronts. And I made a promise to God that I would not rest until we eradicate human trafficking, child trafficking, end abortion, and protect our Christian values. But I knew I had to start in my country. That's why in 2023, I wanted to run for president of Mexico as an independent candidate. But the system wasn't built for outsiders. The same corrupt politicians blocked me from competing in the 2024 elections. They were afraid of outsiders. In Mexico right now, there is no real opposition. There is opposition. The majority of the Mexican people do not have political representation. And the majority of Mexicans are tired of corruption, tired of lies, tired of politicians who serve the cartels instead of the people. And that's why it is so important to continue the fight for freedom. We will never stop. We will never give up. We will give our lives for this mission. It's not about us. It's about using our talents to make this world a better place. It is about glorifying God in everything that we do. It's about fighting for something bigger than yourself, bigger than ourselves. Remember this one. Man gives the battle, but only God gives the victory. Man gives the battle, but only God gives the victory. But I have hope. I have faith, and I know that very soon everything will change in Mexico. Very soon we will receive official approval from Mexico's Electoral Institute to begin building a new conservative political party. I am proud to announce that very soon Movimiento Nacional Viva Mexico will officially be underway. And Viva Mexico is not going to be just another political party. This will be the largest movement to free Mexico from socialism, communism, the radical left, woke ideology, and the corrupt globalist. Because Mexico is ready. Enough is enough. We don't want the same anymore. It's time to change. For too long, our country has been ruled by criminals in government working hand in hand with the cartels. Even President Trump recently recognized that Mexico has become a narco state. But I have a message for the corrupt leaders of Mexico. Your time is up. I know this fight will not be easy. The establishment will come after us, threaten us, but they won't stop us. Because we know this is not just a political or cultural battle. It is essentially a spiritual battle, and we are ready to fight. We are not alone. God plus one is an army, and we are more than one. We are more than one. We are the majority. If God is with us, who can be against us? Nobody. Because I believe that with courage, determination, and God's help, we will rescue our nation. We will defeat corruption. We will defend our families, our faith, and our freedom. So let me say this loud and clear. God willing, with the Viva Mexico movement, we will make Mexico free again. We will make Mexico safer again. We will make Mexico healthy again. We will make Mexico pro-life again. We will be working really hard so we can make Mexico godly again. And we will make Mexico great again. And we will do this together, because together we're stronger. We are not just neighbors, we are brothers and sisters. What happens? What happens when the good people of Mexico work with the good people of the United States? What is the result? Sound of freedom. A movement that is designed to end child trafficking in the world. Good things happen. Now, what happens when the bad people of the United States work with the bad people of Mexico? When they work together, what is the result? Fentanyl, drugs, human trafficking, child trafficking, illegal guns, terrorism. The USA is the #1 consumer of child sex in the world, the #1 consumer of drugs, the #1 consumer of child pornography, and Mexico, the #1 provider of all three. So I want to stop here for a second. We have done a lot of harm to each other. We can't move forward without first forgiving each other. I believe in the power of forgiveness. So I want to start this movement of forgiveness here in Washington, D.C., and I pray that God will heal the wounds. So on behalf of Mexico, I want to apologize for all the harm Mexico has done to the United States. And the United States needs to apologize to Mexico for all the harm they have done to Mexico. And after this breach of forgiveness, then we need to make sure that the good people of both nations work together and through bilateral efforts eradicate as much as we can all of the bad things that we have done to each other and focus on all the good things that we have done to each other. Capitalize on all the positive. Then we will be unstoppable. Together as brothers and sisters. When the United States and Mexico stand together, our nations are safer. Our border is safer. Together, we will make Mexico and the United States great again, and we will make the Americas great again. God bless Mexico, God bless America, God bless the world. ¡Viva Estados Unidos! ¡Viva México! ¡Y que viva la Virgen de Guadalupe! Thank you very much. God bless you.
Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are switching to Newsmax. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need those woke streaming services anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Rob Finnerty.
Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really terrific.
Gain access to exclusive documentaries, series, and special briefings. It's free to start. So go to NewsmaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
This lunacy will end on my first day back in the Oval Office. I promise you it will end immediately.
RSBN, by the way, how good is RSBN? They do a good job. So beautiful.
Creators, it's time to take control. With Bursts, you create impactful content in seconds. Powered by blockchain, your content and earnings are protected, transparent, and yours to control. Play TV isn't just a platform. It's a community of creators building a new future together. Your freedom starts when you press play.
still under construction, but already the biggest news station in Poland. The only international TV station that interviewed Donald J. Trump.
I'd like to say hello to the Polish people.
Poland's leftist government wants to destroy us, but we are not backing down. We're building conservative, English-speaking European news station. Join the movement. Support the revolution.
Make Europe great again. This is Republica, the home of free speech.
Hey CPAC Patriots, make sure to go downstairs to go check out all of our incredible sponsors for CPAC 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Parent Trap. What happens when we leave our kids to the professionals? Please welcome America First Policy Institute Chair of the Center for Education Opportunity, Erica Donalds. Congressional Commission for the Social Status of Black Men and Boys, Jack Brewer. And your moderator, Senior Vice President of Communications, Alliance Defending Freedom, Billy Atwell.
Well, I want to start by thanking Matt and Mercy Schlapp for making this panel possible, and I'm so grateful for you two for giving up your time. Again, my name is Billy Atwell. I'm the Senior Vice President of Communications at Alliance Defending Freedom. ADF exists to advance every person's God-given right to live and speak the truth, and we contend for truth in law, policy, and the public square. For those unfamiliar with our work, our attorneys are attributed with 15 Supreme Court victories, and we have an international team that's doing work throughout the world. They just came back from ARC. Thank you. We've actually got 2 Supreme Court cases going on right now that I think you would be very interested in. The first one is Medina versus Planned Parenthood. It's about protecting a state's right to decide if taxpayers should go to organizations like Planned Parenthood. And I feel like I have a pretty warm crowd for that, that idea. And the other is about education, which relates to this topic here. It's Oklahoma Statewide Charter School Board versus Drummond. It's about defending the decision to defund a religious charter school and fight for equal treatment of religious organizations in education. There are few issues that are going to impact our children and our grandchildren more than reforms to the education system, and that's why we're here. First, Erica Donalds is an education entrepreneur and is the founder and chairman of Optima Ed and the chair of America First Policy Institute Centers for Education and Opportunity. A former elected school board member, she is known as a national expert on education policy and school choice and is a frequent commenter and speaker on this issue. She spent 20 years in the financial services industry, finishing her career as the CFO and managing partner of a multi-billion-dollar investment management firm. Erica and her husband, Congressman Byron Donalds, lives in Florida. You're familiar? Very good. She lives in Naples, Florida with their 3 sons. Jack Brewer serves as the chair of the Center for Opportunity Now and chairman of the Jack Brewer Foundation. Recently, Jack was co-chair of Black Voices for Trump Victory Fund. He is a White House appointee on the Congressional Commission for the Social Status of Black Men and Boys and is currently the lead independent director for the Geo Group. He was the team captain for the NFL's Minnesota Vikings, the Philadelphia Eagles, who you may have heard of recently, and what I find to be the pinnacle of his career at the New York Giants. So I'm born in Brooklyn, I can't help myself. All right, let's lay a foundation, if you don't mind, for this topic. Erica, talk about what you see as the current state of particularly the public education system.
Well, the public education system in America has literally failed the American people. It hasn't lived up to the promise where we parents were told if you send your child to this school for 8 hours a day, we're going to teach them to read and do math and achieve their own American dream. That was a lie. We just found out a few weeks ago that only 1/3 of our students are doing reading and math on grade level, according to the National Report Card, the NAEP. And we are spending billions and billions of dollars not to teach our kids how to succeed and how to carry forward this republic that we all so value, but we're teaching them about victimhood and oppressors and the wrong history of the United States and the world, and to hate themselves and to hate our country. And so we are taking the education system back, though. We're here in the golden age of America, right, at the cusp of that. President Trump has promised to not only dismantle the Department of Education, but enact school choice and support universal school choice in our states where education belongs. So there's reason for hope, even though the education system has been failing for the past 100 years.
Yeah, that's a great point. And you think about, in the state where I live, Virginia, Glenn Youngkin essentially won the governor's seat on the issue of education and speaking to parents. Like, that was a key differentiator for him. Jack, President Trump, it feels like he's been president for like a year and a half this term because so much has happened in a few weeks. Right. But it's not been that long, and yet a lot has happened. What has he done so far that's really encouraged you on the topic of education?
First off, I want to look at the American people and whoever's watching and speak to your kids for a second and just tell your child, if no one's ever told you this, Jesus Christ loves you.
Amen.
You are not a victim. You have victory in Christ, and he is the ruler over your life. President Trump has done so much, but I think the most important thing that he's done in front of the American people is he has stood for biblical truth. Yeah. When he sat in front of the nation and said, God created man and woman, and that's it.
That's right.
And so when you talk about the education system, our founding fathers did not create an education system that is going to indoctrinate boys and girls to make them believe that they can be transgender and any gender they wanted to choose. Our education system was established with the basic belief in the Word of God. And so anything else throws us off. And I think President Trump has taken a stand. I think you've seen more and more companies coming back and back him. More and more employers in America have backed him because we're getting rid of these DEI policies and all these things that have drifted into our education system to start to pick winners and losers and actually separate us and put us back decades in regards to social and biblical justice. And so I just think that we should all understand the spiritual time in which we're living right now in America, particularly with our children. Yep. And let's get the 10 Commandments back in our schools. You're seeing it happen in Louisiana. You're seeing it happen in so many other states around our country. We all must take a stand, no matter what your religion is, to get this word back into the hearts and minds of our children that may not have access to it.
Yeah. Amen. Erica, it's hard to know what to do sometimes, though, because parents, I think the instinct when they see these things happening in the public schools is to say, I'm going to put my kids in private school, I'm going to homeschool. And those are good options, and for some people that's the right decision. But you also don't want to forfeit the public arena to the other side. And then again, it's our children who are vulnerable and impressionable. How would you've got children, you're in the later teen phases with your children. How would you advise a parent with little kids like me? My kids are younger, they're like 11 to 2. We got a spread of 4. And we're struggling with it. Like we're asking ourselves the question right now, what's the best educational model? How would you advise a parent, given the system we have now, how would you advise them to go about making those decisions?
Well, that very dilemma is what got me involved in education. As you mentioned, I wasn't an educator, I was a CPA. But I have 3 children, and for one of my children, the A school that I was sending him to did not work well for him. He was miserable, therefore I was miserable as a parent. And I was fortunate enough to find a classical Christian private school to send him to, and his entire life changed in the 1st grade. He started to love learning and thrive in that environment, and I thought, well, how many other Darrens are out there, and can I help by serving on my local school board to give them options? But that's when my eyes were opened to the education monopoly and the corruption that is happening in our school districts. What I would say is, the left wants to say that our obligation is to the collective. But as parents, our number one obligation is to our family and to our own children, raising them in the things of God. And that is your contribution to the community, raising your children well and making sure that they are prepared to be good citizens in this republic. And so you need to take care of your own children first. I personally would not send my children into a public school in this day and age. I don't care if it's an A or not. I don't trust them. And so I would do whatever I possibly could to find the right educational environment for my children. You take care, put your own mask on first, help your children, and then do things for your community. Run for school board. It's not a bad thing to do, but a lot of the families that I know that are running for school board that are involved in education reform, they took care of their children first, but they're there, as I was, to help take care of their community and other children that don't have that same opportunity.
Right, because the public education system is everybody's, even if your kids are homeschooled or you go to a private school. That's your school too. We're paying for that. We deserve to have an influence there. We're seeing a huge shift in the country with regard to DEI. It's been unpopular for a long time, but we're seeing major institutions and politicians starting to come on board and get with it. Alliance Defending Freedom, we've got a corporate engagement division that's been working, and part of the product of that work was what we're seeing with Walmart. Shareholders are speaking out, and they're saying, we're tired of this, we don't want it, and Walmart's making good decisions. There are also corporations that are not making the right decisions, but they're feeling the pressure. Jack, talk about, because you've worked a lot with young black men and boys, you've dealt with the issue of fatherlessness, which we can get into in a minute too, but talk about the impact of DEI and that general mentality on the education system.
First off, the devil is a lie and DEI is a lie.
That's right.
All right? So I want to start off by saying that I'm a black man, and I happen to be the lead independent director of a multi-billion-dollar public company. And so America does have opportunity for people just like me. And I'll take that further. When you look at what DEI really does, so I do a lot of community work. I got my master's in education, adjunct professor. I've taught from, you're talking about the poorest of the poor on to multimillionaires. But the one thing that remains consistent is that whenever you tell someone that they're a victim, or you tell someone they don't have the ability to learn, then they won't.
Right.
So I have a little girl in one of my programs. She literally went to class. She got an F on a math exam. And the teacher told her that it's okay because she's a little black girl and that she doesn't have the ability to do this math. Telling the girl that math is racist. So for me, that burns me up inside. And so you start to think about what these little children are being taught in some of these public schools that Erica just mentioned, and it's just heart-wrenching. I'll tell you another story. When you talk about people, and Erica said this, it's not just about us, it's about our community, man. When you look at our juveniles, we gotta realize juvenile crime in the United States of America went up 21% last year. These are the little kids, the little boys. I have men in my prison program who have been locked up since the age of 14 with grown men. We have to do something for the poorest of the poor. It starts in our education system. We cannot leave these men and these children fatherless. Yep. Our nation is the most fatherless nation on the planet. We have over 18 million kids that don't have an active father in their home. I went to a juvenile courtroom. There were 25 young men and boys, most of them black, at court to be sentenced by a judge. I looked around, there was only one father in the entire courtroom. Can you imagine if your child was being sentenced? This is the epidemic that we're facing in our nation right now. Our education system will never work if we don't put the man back in the home.
It's a basic Christian concept. Children deserve a mother and a father.
Amen.
Every child deserves a mother and a father. I mentioned a minute ago that we're seeing shifts in DEI and public perception of it. Erica, you and I were talking about this earlier. How do we take what we see as a public opinion shift and make institutional change out of it, right? We can all like the ideas. We can be at CPAC and be excited about the ideas that we've gotten, that we're seeing some progress. But how do we influence institutions? So how do we get from where we are to where we want to go?
Well, that's so important for this audience, right? Because these are the people that believe as we do and have believed as we do, but now the rest of the country has also come along against DEI. People, it's an 80% issue. It was the #1 issue for President Trump, saying there are only 2 genders. We're gonna get men out of women's sports. And now he got elected with such a mandate and is enforcing Title IX and the protections that provides to girls in their spaces and in their athletics. And he's gonna plow forward. You gotta elect the right people. That's one way to institutionalize it. But look at something like school choice. School choice now enjoys over 70% support across the country, including 67% of Democrats support school choice. But you also see 100% of Democrats voting against school choice in our state legislators. Why? Because the teachers union and the funding behind them are controlling those electors. But then you look at a place like Texas, where also rural Republicans went against it, and you had organizations like AFC, Donald Trump himself, America First, Policy Institute come get rid of the majority of the Republican incumbents that voted against school choice last year. And this year, in just a few weeks, Texas will pass a school choice bill and spend $1 billion on giving parents options. So that's how you do it.
Yeah.
You get the public and you get the right people in office to make those bold changes.
Yeah, elections have consequences.
They do.
We've been saying that for a while, right? Jack, I want to go back to what you were talking about a minute ago with the fatherlessness issue and the education gap. What can the rest of us do? So if you're the average person in the pew, so to speak, you see this epidemic, you don't know what to do. I can't impact, I may be able to impact one child. I can't fix the whole system. But what can the average person that just cares about the public education system, they care about these kids that don't have a mom or a dad in the home, what can we do? What would be your advice?
Well, my advice is, first off, understand that this is not just an issue of education or policy. This is a spiritual issue. The last verse of the Old Testament is Malachi 4:6. That verse says that he shall turn the hearts of the fathers to the children and the hearts of the children to the fathers. But the end of that verse says something that's so powerful, and it's the times that we live in. He said, if we don't do it, he shall come and smite the earth with a curse. Our earth is feeling the curse. No matter if you go to Guatemala or Central America and see that all of their men and fathers are leaving their homes trying to migrate to America illegally. Or you go over to Africa when you see these societies that have gone from a patriarch society to a matriarch society. Or you come here in America where you can have a generation like mine that was raised to believe that having a baby mama is okay and cool. Those things are generational curses that we must break. The only way you bind up a curse is by the blood of the Lamb and the word of your testimony. And so we've got to testify. We've got to talk about these things in the public square. We've got to stand for these poor children that don't have advocates and people to stand up for them and be their voices. Man, get out in your community. Go to the local juvenile. Go in there and sit in a courtroom and tell a little boy that's 13, 14, 15 that don't have a dad that you love him. Go see those folks in prison like the word tells us to do. We can't just take care of our people that have. We got to take care of those that have not. Church, it's our job. Church, let's do what the church does. Donald Trump can only do so much. We need the church to take a stand. Churches start schools. Yeah. Churches start daycares. Churches empower organizations like Erica's to go in and push for school choice. Let's take our country back. Yeah. But we can only do that through God.
There is no replacement for a Christian witness. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all the time we've got. If you want to learn more, ericadonalds.com, the jackbrewerfoundation.org, and adflegal.org. We'll be around. You'll see us throughout the conference. Please stop us and say hello. Take care. God bless.
Ladies and Kurt Schlichter. With @ALX on X, Alex LaRusso. And your host of O'Connor and Company on WMAL, Larry O'Connor.
Thank you. We got real big names waiting back. Hey, good to see you. We got super big names back there waiting to come out, so we're gonna get right to it. How about these guys, right? I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you that I just wrote a book about the media. It's called Shameless Liars. Can we get a close-up on that artwork there?
It's got an incredible foreword by a real thought leader.
Forward by Kurt Schlichter. But the subtitle is How Trump Defeated the Legacy Media and Made Them Irrelevant. And that's sort of where I want to take this, because for years, ever since the great Rush Limbaugh and Brent Bozell at Media Research Center for the last 37 years, the late, great Andrew Breitbart, who brought Kurt and I into this world, we spent so much time fighting the media and exposing their lies and exposing the propaganda, and it all reached a head this year with Donald Trump leading the charge, and he won. I mean, they are meaningless now, and so I want to start with that. And Joy Reid kind of is the namesake for this panel, because Alex, she's been reduced to being obsessed over big balls.
Correct.
And I need you to sort of explain this to us.
Yes, so like the media...
Explain Joy Reid's obsession with big balls.
Obsession with big balls. So she's going on media right now, and she's demanding that Congress subpoena a guy named Big Balls and Elon Musk with a straight face on. So we've reduced them to a point where they're just looking at social media for people like me who post on X, and they're getting their talking points from online. And no longer do they have a mind of their own. There's like a whole supercut. I think it was like Media Busters who did it. And there's just like all of these people on CNN, MSNBC, and they're just repeating big balls, big balls, big balls over and over with a straight face. So it's like you look at it.
Well, they've got to get to the bottom of big balls.
So... Yes, and they brought on Kara Swisher, the noted expert on the topic for that. But yeah, that's all over an intern at Doge, who was hired by Elon Musk. And of course, we have tens of thousands of people in our government who have access to all of your personal information, including your social security number. But when Elon Musk has a small team of genius interns that are probably like smarter than everybody else on that whole panel or on their entire network, it becomes the biggest deal that they all have access to your personal information. So they just set the standard to like dox all of these government workers for some reason, because tens of thousands of people that are not elected, by the way, have the access to your personal information every single day, and have.
And they've all been reduced to a punchline, these media personalities. That's why we're laughing at Joy Reid, because that's what we should do. We should mock them and make fun of them. And of course, all this talk about Joy Reid and big balls brings us to Don Lemon, Kurt.
Another gem.
He's my special friend.
I'm gonna connect the dots, I promise you. Because, Kurt, it was during the presidential election of
December 22nd, 2015. I get this call. Can you come on CNN real quick? Just a video hit. I get on, and Don Lemon's outraged because, it's the worst thing ever happened. Donald Trump said Hillary got schlonged in the 2008 election.
She did.
And I don't care at all. And we're going back and forth. He said, you should be more upset. And I said, look, his opponent shilled for her husband, who treated his intern like a human humidor.
Fact check, true.
And he said, you can't say that. So I said it again. And he kicked me off. And what we're saying here is the media used to be something that hit us. Now we use it for a punching bag. Everybody knows the JD meme.
Right.
Okay? I don't really care, Margaret. They go on her show to humiliate her, and she's too stupid to know it.
They don't know they're the joke at this point.
How excited is National Security Advisor Mike Waltz right now, knowing that he's coming out after this panel?
Well, he's an Army colonel too, so.
But you were banned from CNN.
Yes, for 10 years I have not been on CNN, and it's changed my life for the better.
Well, and honestly, who's got a better career trajectory right now, Kurt Schlichter or Don Lemon? Because he has also been banned from CNN.
Well, look, I'm on it more than he is. Look, I literally have more followers on the Twitter machine than they have viewers. Think about that.
Exactly. 100%.
So, Alex, your work that you do right now, you've got a meme for everything. And the fact that these guys can be reduced to a meme, that Margaret Brennan, the host of Face the Nation, a very important show in a very important town with a very important teleprompter reader as its host, she is now a meme. She can't do anything.
Yep.
From how J.D. Vance has handled her with these interviews to now reducing her to saying that too much free speech will lead to a genocide.
Yes.
This really is the best way to attack them now, is to just reduce them to a punchline.
Yeah, 100%. The thing is, it's like I said earlier, they don't have a mind of their own anymore. They are reduced to like scrolling social media and looking for the most viral moment that's going on social media, and it becomes now what they're talking about. Like, to give you an example, one of my local city council had, they just declared, my city that I'm from, Worcester, Massachusetts, just declared themselves a trans sanctuary city. So I got a tip that it was getting a little wild at the city council meeting, and I watched the 4-hour video of them all, like, you've probably seen it, the girl with the wig and everything, the blue hair.
Oh yeah, that was
that was my city. I went through and clipped it. For the next 3 days, it was all over like every corporate media like talking about it. So it's like they're looking at everything that they find online, and then they're making it their news cycle. So they don't have a mind of their own anymore.
And, you know, we talk about the gatekeepers a lot. The gatekeepers are the people who used to say what kind of news, New York Times, right? All the news that's fit to print. Who's deciding what's fit to print, right? There's some people in a tower in Manhattan who's, that's not news that's fit to print, but this is news that's fit to print. And they would decide what was worthy for your eyes, what was news that you could consume. It's been reversed now.
Correct.
In fact, we are the ones, as Elon Musk says, we are the media. We are driving what's important, and that's what this new revolution is about.
Well, and there's an
right?
And it all goes back to Andrew Breitbart. And one of the underappreciated aspects is how much fun we're having, right?
That's right.
Exactly.
I mean, we've got to dance. They're eating the dogs. There we go. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. We are having fun. We're laughing. And Kamala Harris says, my message is joy.
As she's screaming. As Biden's screaming, as she's screaming.
You will be happy.
By the way, you mentioned Andrew Breitbart again, and I just want to say, I want to read this. This is the very end of my book, but it's a quote from Andrew Breitbart. You all remember Andrew, right? God bless him.
Yeah, ALX was 5 when this
Exactly. Elon Musk is now saying we are the media, and he's right. We are the media, using social media platforms, using X, which is now a free platform. On Tax Day 2010, during the rise of the Tea Party movement, Andrew Breitbart was asked to speak in Washington, D.C. at a Tea Party rally. And you should look at this video, it's out there. He asked everybody in the crowd there at the Tea Party rally to hold up their phones. And he said this, it's time for a new media revolution, and you are it. You are the media. Hold up your phones, hold up your cameras. This is the future of media. This is how we're going to fight the lies, the misinformation, and the propaganda of the mainstream media. We are now the media.
Yeah.
Andrew Breitbart, 15 years ago, said that. And Alex, you have inherited this legacy now, and you are the media.
It's really interesting too, because a little bit about my story too. In 2020, I was really gaining traction, and I was about to hit 100,000 followers on Twitter 1.0 at the time, and then I was just banned for like 3 years nearly until Elon Musk brought me back, and I'm now almost at 1 million followers on X. But yeah,
hold that thought. He had 100,000 followers, and they banned him because he was so. Look at how dangerous he is. Elon Musk buys it, opens it up for free thought and free speech, and now you've got 1 million followers.
Yep, nearly. I'm 30,000 from 1 million, so if you want to get me there before I leave the stage, go for it, at ALX. But yeah, so to your point, it's just like, you know, you are the media because you have a phone and you have the platform on social media. And one of the things that's ironic about this whole, you know, moral panic around misinformation, disinformation, all these people can go on their shows, like, you know, for 4 years they talked about the Russia propaganda hoax and Russian collusion hoax. So they were allowed to say that unchecked. They got to have their own guests on there, and that, like Adam Schiff saying he has inside knowledge about all this crap. On social media, no, it's a blood sport. You say something wrong, you're gonna get ratioed or community noted.
That's right.
So you're the media and you're also the checker, like you're the fact checker. There's not like independent fact checkers like Meta used to have. You are the fact checker, and what actually—
Well, because the independent fact checkers weren't independent.
Exactly, yes,
and they
were a
weren't
small
based in
group.
fact.
Correct.
And this is an important point that I want you to pick up on, Kurt, because this whole idea of needing fact checkers and needing to moderate what you say, and it's all coming from this arrogant presumption that you're too stupid to understand what's true and what isn't. You're too stupid to discern from a hoax and what's real.
I'm not sure that they think we're stupid. I know they say they're stupid because it justifies their existence.
Yeah, that's
okay,
true.
They want to be the gatekeeper. They want to be making the decision. And you don't need a gatekeeper if you are an individual, if you are a independent American citizen with your camera and computer who goes out and makes his or her own news. We don't need them. It terrifies them.
Yeah.
That is why Never Trump exists.
Yeah.
Because we didn't need them.
That
and they got mad.
that said, the platform and the technology and the freedom is there, and it's opening up more. Mark Zuckerberg suddenly is red-pilled, right? And that's amazing. But it all starts with this fist thrust in the air. It all starts with him yelling, "Fight, fight, fight," right? Because he has shown us how to fight. Suddenly you see Republicans on Capitol Hill are channeling Trump because he's contagious. And I think I'll give you a perfect example. George Stephanopoulos last year lied about Donald Trump. He said that he was convicted by a jury of raping somebody, and he said it 7 times in a 6-minute span. What did Donald Trump do? Did he do a Mitt Romney thing? Did he do a George Bush thing? Did he do what Republicans have done for our lifetimes, which is just be the better man and say, oh, well, you know how they are, tut, tut, let's walk away? No, he fought, he sued, and he won. And that's what we have to do. And the fight we have, listen, we're doing a victory lap right now because we've rendered the media irrelevant, but they're not going away. The fight continues, Alex, every day.
100%. And then the other thing, too, to your point, 60 Minutes tried to edit that Kamala Harris interview.
That's right.
How did that go for them? The FCC has now released the entire thing, and we saw what a sham it was. Well, they messed up because they put the promo out with, like, the other answer.
With a different answer, the word salad answer.
Well, what happened here? Like,
well, and Kurt, this goes back to the arrogance because think about it. Donald Trump had the choice of sitting for 40 minutes with 60 Minutes and letting them condense it down to 20 minutes that they decided we could see. And they do that, by the way. They edit these packages because they think you have a short attention span. They talk down to you all the time. Instead, he said, no, I don't need freaking 60 Minutes. I'll sit for 3 hours uninterrupted with Joe Rogan and oh, and by the way, 50 million of you watched that. How's that for short attention span?
And here's the beauty of it. Kamala Harris wants to go on Joe Rogan. She thinks she's the get. She thinks she's in the driver's seat. Joe Rogan's like,
get it.
Nah. Talk to the hand.
Wow.
You don't set the conditions. They don't own us anymore.
That's right.
They're not in charge. We are.
Well, I think we've recovered from our big balls opening, and I think we'll quit while we're ahead. You guys, thank you. Keep fighting. Follow Alex, get him to 1 million, and buy my book.
Hey, chopped liver.
code of nuclear waste, you've solved something that no one has attempted to do before and has succeeded.
We're onto something big.
We have the U.S. government partnered with us now to prove our technology out.
Make America stronger.
I want to provide limitless energy to the world, and I believe this is the path.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed to be ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MKUltra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
During my second term, we will fight for Alaska like never before.
I'm excited about what we can do with President Trump in the office.
We'll work together to provide affordable energy to Alaska and allies all over the world.
More investment, more certainty, production, more exploration.
Thank you to everyone in Alaska, and thank you to your great governor. I look forward to a long and enduring future relationship. Drill, baby, drill.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a conversation with National Security Advisor Michael Waltz and CPAC Senior Fellow Mercedes Schlapp.
All right. Woo, good morning, CPAC. Mike, are you ready?
Oh, born for this.
Okay, good.
Let's go.
I don't have a chainsaw for you. That's the only thing I couldn't get on the stage. Elon Musk came in with the present.
As a Green Beret, I left the belt-fed machine gun at home.
There you
Thank
go.
God the Secret
There you
Service
go.
Secret Service
But you
is
know
okay.
what? Maybe next time just
Yeah,
bring it if
we're
you'd
good.
like.
Yeah,
but how are y'all doing this morning? Okay, so how amazing was it yesterday? Seriously. I don't know how we can top it off, but we're going to top it off this morning with just one of our heroes right now in the Trump administration, someone who CPAC, someone that Matt and I admire so much, our National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz. So let's jump right in. Obviously, you've just come back from Saudi Arabia. You were meeting with Russian officials on really looking to find a solution to end the war in Ukraine between Russia and Ukraine. Tell me first how those negotiations are going. Any insight that you can give to our CPAC family here in terms of progress that's being made?
Well, let me make one thing clear. We would not be in this position, not even close, if it weren't for the leadership of Donald J. Trump. Period. Right? I had the honor of sitting in the Oval Office and listening to President Trump speak with President Putin of Russia, and hearing both Putin and then immediately Zelensky both say only under President Trump's leadership, say this to him, and to the president of peace. And it amazes me how many dying per year in Europe, the largest war in Europe, World War II. And you see the same voices that are demanding a ceasefire in Gaza post-October 7th, then what, oppose peace in Europe? It makes no sense. But with his leadership, we've now opened negotiations. We're sitting down with our host, the Saudis, and talking to the Russians, understanding what they are going to need
and then understanding what the Ukrainians are going to need, talking to all of the Europeans. You can't end a war if you don't talk to both sides, and that's what we're doing.
Thank you.
It's kind of common sense, in the history of diplomacy.
It is common sense, but you do find those in the media and the critics basically saying, how can you all be talking to the Russians? This is insane, right? They criticize the efforts that the administration is doing. And with that being said, President Trump has expressed his frustration with President Zelensky, trying to get to the point that we're dealing with how can we get a deal on the raw minerals? How do we, the United States has given over $175 billion to the Ukrainians. It seems like the Americans, there is that war fatigue. It's time to move forward. How are we going to get President Zelensky, to cooperate?
Yeah. Well, so first, and this is the part that the media just wants to ignore, it was Zelensky last September, as part of his victory plan, it was Zelensky that proposed, hey, let's go into a partnership together.
Right.
If the United States will invest in us, we have aluminum, we have gallium, we have tritium, we have all of these rare earth minerals that the modern economy needs. A lot of them are not fully developed. They need investment. President Trump's a deal maker. And so now President Trump proposes the deal,
right,
and sent our Treasury Secretary all the way out to Kyiv to propose it, and then we get this rhetoric in the media. Well, look, here's the bottom line. President Zelensky is going to sign that deal. And you will see that in the very short term. And that is good for Ukraine. What better could you have for Ukraine than to be in an economic partnership with the United States, number one? What better could you have for Ukraine to stop the killing, number two? And you know what? We have an obligation to you all, the American taxpayer, to recoup the hundreds of billions of dollars that have been invested in this war. Because you know what? You know what Europe's contributions are? Europe's contributions are in the form of loans. And they're often paid back on the interest, by the interest on Russian assets that have been frozen. So Europe gets paid back, but the American people don't? I don't think so, right? And so that's the deal that we're putting in place that's good for everyone. And yes, you have to talk to the Russian side to understand how we're going to get both sides to the table. And that's what we're doing. Look, this is the common sense presidency. This is the presidency of peace. He's going to end the war in Europe. He is going to end the wars in the Middle East. He is going to reinvest the United States and our leadership in our own hemisphere, from the Arctic to the border to Panama, all the way down to our good friends in Argentina with Milei that you saw yesterday. And you know what? By the end of this all, we're going to have the Nobel Peace Prize sitting next to the name of Donald J. Trump. And who opposes peace? How do the Democrats oppose peace?
You bring up a great question, which is who opposes peace? Yet you've seen the European leaders under President Macron trying to bring the Europeans together in dealing with the Russian and Ukraine situation. They have been unable to move the ball forward. How are we going to bring our European leaders on board?
Well, President, and all, the other narrative you have in the media is, well, we're not consulting with our allies in Europe. President Trump has talked to Macron twice last week. He's coming here Monday. The Prime Minister of Britain is coming here next Thursday. We are engaging all of our European allies, absolutely. The NATO Secretary General and I just spoke. You establish peace through strength. And we have been demanding that the Europeans step up and contribute to their own defense. And as of now, a third of our NATO allies still are not contributing the minimum, which is 2% of their GDP that they committed to 10 years ago. So that's unacceptable. And if you know what, the Europeans want to take a bigger role in their own security, that falls in line with America First principles as far as I'm concerned, as far as President Trump's concerned. So you know what, he's kind of rattled their cage a bit. And now they're saying, you know what, suddenly they've found more. And they're coming to the table with more. Fine by us. We've only been asking for over a decade now.
Shifting gears here to Iran. We've got Ambassador Mark Wallace with us, basically one of the biggest fighters in terms of ensuring that we can see change in Iran and leading the efforts incredibly here in the United States and across the globe. But I've got to ask you right now, what is this maximum pressure campaign going to look like in terms of Iran? How are we going to stop Iran from exporting terrorism into Israel and killing innocent lives?
Well, first, thank God that Prime Minister Netanyahu, that Bibi did not listen to the Biden team and did not listen to Kamala Harris. And as a result of his leadership and Israel's leadership, Hezbollah in Iran is now decimated. I mean, the pager, beeper, and walkie-talkie operation is going to go down in history. And as a Green Beret, I appreciate a good covert operation. That was one of the greatest ones in history. So you have Hezbollah largely decapitated. You have a real opening in Lebanon that you haven't had in a generation. You have Assad gone in Syria. You have the axis of terror from Iran all the way to threaten our partners, Israel, essentially disrupted, and we need to keep our foot on their neck in that regard. And then from a maximum pressure campaign, the president just signed that executive order returning to maximum pressure to start keeping a foot on the neck of the Iranian economy. And look, just a few years ago, we were seeing that all of Iran's proxies were out of cash, that the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, the militias in Iraq, none of them had the funds and the cash to continue their terror. We're going to get back to those policies that work, but key to it all is that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon.
No.
And why does that matter to everyday Americans? Look, if Iran has a nuke, there's a real question of whether they're a rational actor. And they can take out our ally Israel, they can launch against the world, they will have that nuclear umbrella to launch these, all of these other attacks. They cannot have a nuclear weapon, and under President Trump's leadership, we will ensure that does not happen.
Israel. We just got word from the Israeli Defense Forces that they have returned several bodies. This is the Bibas family, the two beautiful children, the redhead children, and what was supposed to be the body of Shara, the mother. Apparently, that doesn't seem to be the case. IDF is saying this is a serious violation of the ceasefire. What's your message, one, to the hostages, their families, from the United States, from President Trump, and two, how can we ensure that we bring all those hostages back home?
My message, President Trump's message to those families is we are with you. His heart breaks and he is horrified by these scenes coming out. And if anyone thinks that Hamas is some type of quasi-benevolent, not so bad, kind of something less than the just despicable terrorists that they are, what more convincing do you need? Hamas is of the worst kinds of terrorist groups out there. They are no different than ISIS. They are no different than Al-Qaeda, and they absolutely must be destroyed. And only under his leadership, remember the Biden administration was trying to do some type of deal. They were obsessed with a ceasefire, but their approach was concession after concession after concession and putting more pressure on Israel than they did on Hamas. Only when President Trump came in and said, look, there will be all hell to pay, the credible threat that only he can deliver, did we see this deal come into place, still under Biden. And we saw our people starting to come out, including 2 Americans, with more to go. So this is only happening because of this election. These are the kind of consequences this election has had. And we will continue to get out everyone that we can. But remember, just 6 months ago, 8 months ago, you had college campuses, you had students, you had faculty, you had protesters celebrating Hamas, talking about from the river to the sea, having the worst kind of anti-Semitism, and now we've seen And we just saw yesterday the despicable people that they are and why they can never be allowed to run Gaza and why we can never allow another October 7th again. And there is a lot of talk about two-state. You know who doesn't want a two-state? Who will never allow a two-state? Hamas. And this is why they can never, they just cannot exist going forward.
China is one of our biggest threats. We have seen how China has infiltrated our institutions, has brought fentanyl into the United States, has stolen our intellectual property, have basically made so many deals with many Latin American countries, African countries. They're trying to be strategic in ensuring that the U.S. does not get involved in some of these regions. This has significantly changed under President Trump. Walk us through how we're going to deal with this threat of China.
Well, remember, President Trump is who pivoted us, pivoted the whole national security apparatus back in 2017 and 2018 to deal with the threat and the competition that China is. But he firmly believes we can win this economically, we can win this through our supply chains, we can win this through our markets and fair trade deals, and at the same time rebuilding our great military under, how about our Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, right? Getting them focused on being the most lethal and most badass military in the world and projecting that strength. But at the same time, he appreciates the infiltration that's going on, and we just had Panama say, you know what, we're done with Belt and Road. We're done with allowing China to infiltrate critical strategic assets like the Panama Canal. And again, it's only been a month, folks. We've still got it. We told the president, you said, you have a full 4 years. We don't have to get it all done in 4 weeks. And just final thing, because you mentioned fentanyl. We are going to unleash holy hell on the cartels. Enough is enough. We are securing our border, and the cartels are on notice. You've seen images of the Mexican army doing joint patrols with our border, with our Customs and Border Police, and with our military to secure the United States border, because without a border, you don't have a country and you don't have sovereignty. And if there's not anything more than America first than that. And so a lot of, going back to things that worked in the first term, but you know what we have now in the second term? We have a team that is 200% on board with the vision of President Trump. And we've got a great Secretary of State, a great Secretary of Defense, Secretary of Treasury. We've got the Team Florida with Susie Wiles and our Chief of Staff. Like, we are hitting on all cylinders, and we don't have a president that's year 1 or even year 5. He's year 9. And we are building the rocket as we're launching it, and it's just been the honor of my lifetime to be a part of it.
So I was going to ask you who can bench press more, Secretary Hegseth or Mike Waltz, but I'm going to skip that question. We're just going to go a little personal here.
Yeah.
You wake up every morning. You have one of the most important jobs in the administration.
I'm working for a man who doesn't sleep, but
That's
yes,
true, too. So that means you're not sleeping either.
Yeah.
What drives you? What inspires you to do what you do every day?
You know what? It really is. It's been about 20 hours a day. And he's going 21 or 22. I don't know how he does it. I thought I was in 4th gear as a member of Congress and a colonel in a Green Beret. I've now found 3 more, and he stays in 10th. But here's what drives me. These guys. I don't know if you can see this bracelet. This is one of my Green Berets that I lost in combat. And every morning I get up, I look in the mirror, we get ready to go, and I tell myself to be worthy. Be worthy of their sacrifice. Be worthy of those Gold Star families. Be a citizen that is worthy of this blessing that we all wake up with, breathing free air in the greatest country on earth. But we got a glimpse the last 4 years of what the world and what the country would look like under progressive lack of leadership. The world got a glimpse of what the world coming unglued, starting with the disgraceful withdrawal from Afghanistan and how that was done, through the wars in Europe, We went from the Abraham Accords to the Middle East on fire, an out-of-control border. I think, you know, and the president is thinking about this a lot as well. Of course, he wanted that second term. But you know what? Maybe God had a different plan, that the world had to see and feel what it would look like in the country without him. And now you're seeing this amazing embrace of his leadership in the world. But be worthy, everyone. Be worthy of those that are out there right now willing to die for all of us, and those that did give the greatest sacrifice for all of us. And thank God we have a leader back in the White House that not only appreciates that, loves them, and loves all of you, and is willing to run through brick walls to get big things done for this country and for peace and security around the world.
Well, be worthy. I'm taking that with me. Be worthy to do this incredible work. I just want to thank you, and I know on behalf of all of us here at CPAC, we thank you for your service. We thank you for your sacrifice. We thank you for supporting and giving advice to this great president and in serving in this administration. Ladies and gentlemen, our National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz. Thank you so much.
Thank you, CPAC. Thank you.
The 47th President of the United States of America.
And, you know, I wouldn't say Fox has been exactly perfect. Fox has been a big difference of Fox between now and what it was 4 years ago, as you know. But we have others that come along, and they're doing well, and Newsmax has been really good, and, you know, others are coming along. And people are seeing that they're watching these conservative networks.
President Trump is right. That's why millions of Americans are tuning into Newsmax for the real news they can trust.
Live with you from CPAC.
I can't hear you.
I'm a MAGA war room posse deplorable.
Everybody is here. We the people, all united. Days of thunder. That's where the news is.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed the ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MKUltra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
During my second term, we will fight for Alaska like never before.
I'm excited about what we can do with President Trump in the office.
We'll work together to provide affordable energy to Alaska and allies all over the world.
More investment, more certainty, production, more exploration.
Thank you to everyone in Alaska, and thank you to your great governor. I look forward to a long and enduring future relationship. Drill, baby, drill.
Hey there, scan your QR code on your badge so that you can view the agenda. Check out our membership circles and learn more about our centers.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CEO of MyPillow, Mike Lindell.
James, how are you, sir?
Good to see you, Matt.
I like those cufflinks.
Thank you.
They're very nice. Okay, so James, you were the Deputy Chief of Staff in the White House. There's a bunch of you guys that are Deputy Chiefs of Staff, and a bunch of them are going to be here. All the President's men are going to be here at CPAC, so it's really exciting. Tell us about your specific role in the White House. We were talking about this last night. Tell us about the various departments that you oversee inside the White House.
Yeah, I really oversee the external portfolio of the White House. There's three main components to that. We have our Office of Legislative Affairs, which obviously is really the president's lobbying arm on Capitol Hill. We have the Office of Political Affairs, which is just the political operations that come from the White House and run externally, of course. And then the Office of Intergovernmental Affairs, which deals with the interplay between federal, state, and local governments and tribal governments.
Okay, so we're seeing right now, in terms of a pace from President Trump, I mean, the amount of executive orders, I think I saw somebody say that there are more executive orders we've seen President Trump sign than there are primetime viewers on CNN, right? Like, but we're seeing the level of action is just incredible, right? Like, it's rapid fire, lots of different action out there. I'll tell you, the person that I think would really, and I know a little bit of something about this because I work for Breitbart, that I think would be absolutely loving this is the one and only Andrew Breitbart. And at CPAC, of course, we got to give Andrew Breitbart a shout out because Andrew Breitbart was CPAC, right? But tell us what it's like in there in the White House every day. It seems like it's a pretty crazy, wild schedule, if you will.
It's a frenetic pace for sure, but you know, the president has thought deeply about what he wants to accomplish in the time he was not in the White House, obviously. And he's been spending a lot of time planning and obviously asking his team to plan the actions that we've executed so far. So I get asked a lot, was all this planned? And you know, obviously new ideas come up every day, but a lot of it, if not most of it, was planned. He's thought deeply since he left the last time around, and he knows that he wants to accomplish a lot in a short period of time. So really, it's all of us just playing catch up with the president. It's great to have an energetic leader. He runs circles around all of us. He doesn't sleep. He works all the time, and he's really committed to making this time in office very useful for saving the country. I mean, he's just going to do what he said he was going to do, and that's it.
All right, so James, one of the major departments you oversee is political affairs, obviously. You were the political director for the Trump campaign. One of the reasons why we are where we are today is that President Trump was able to, in this last election in 2024, pull off arguably one of the greatest political transformations in the history of mankind. I mean, we are seeing lifelong Democrats, frankly, vote for President Trump. A lot of black voters, Hispanic voters. I think I saw him put on his Truth Social recently a list of all the counties he flipped from Democrat control. Tell us, you're the nuts and bolts guy of how this happened, right? Like, so tell us, how did you guys pull this off from the Trump campaign? And then we'll get into how we hold it together, because I think it's important that we hold this together for the long term. But walk us through how you guys did it.
Yeah, well, so they say success is where preparation meets opportunity, right? Obviously, we had a plan, but the plan primarily was to capitalize on opportunities that existed within these, different populations of voters that maybe have not traditionally voted Republican. We've really seen, the last 10 years, really since President Trump came into office, has been a slow-moving realignment politically, and a lot of significant demographic shifts are coming with that that are good for Republicans writ large if, really very simply, Trump voters can be converted into Republican voters. And that is, I think, the main thing that everyone has to focus on for the midterms and going forward. And I think the reason for that is issues. Good policy is good politics. President Trump is not like every Republican politician, as we all know, for the last several decades, particularly cuts against the mold of Washington. And I think that's really important. I think the number one thing, and just to put some stats on it, President Trump gained more popular votes than any Republican ever has. It was the first popular vote win. It was the first popular vote win for a Republican president in 20 years and the first non-incumbent since 1988. The House Republicans won more popular votes than they ever have, and he swept the Senate majority into office. And really, President Trump performs above all other Republicans. And that's because a lot of these voters that are with him have not come over to the party. And the way we solve for that going forward is to pass the agenda that he campaigned on. That's what they voted for. And I think that if we give the voters what they paid for with their vote, they will reward us with a long-term political realignment. One thing I like to point out is only because a lot of people say, well, presidents always lose the midterms. Often true, but not always. In the last 100 years, there's only 2 midterms where a president has added seats to both chambers of his party. One was 2002, and obviously that was post 9/11, kind of a unique time for our country, very patriotic, rallying around President Bush. And the other was 1934, which was after the New Deal passed. And that really set in motion a 100-year realignment of politics. And it came out of what they did. And I think that needs to be the model we're looking at, where we're not looking for incremental change, and we need our Republicans in Congress to help us with that. We need to look for big change. And I think if we enact big change, which the president campaigned on, we'll be rewarded politically for a long time.
Couldn't agree more. It feels like we have a different look. I've been doing this for a long time at Breitbart. I've been at Breitbart for 12 years. I've been reporting in the conservative movement for 15. It feels like the Republican Party is a different Republican Party now. And this is in large part thanks to President Trump and his endorsements. We've got new incoming exciting senators, people like Jim Banks from Indiana, who I think we heard from yesterday, Bernie Moreno from Ohio, Dave McCormick from Pennsylvania, Tim Sheehy from Montana. I mean, these are exciting young voices that are, 8 years ago, President Trump had a rough time of getting his cabinet through. This time around, he's actually beating with a smaller majority of his party, Barack Obama from 2009 when he was confirming his cabinet. The Trump's cabinet is almost all confirmed now. How has the party changed in a better way that is reflecting this transformation that we're talking about? Because it's bigger than Trump, I think. I think it's happening in the Senate. It's happening in the House, too.
Absolutely. I mean, frankly, I think our Republicans in Congress are getting on board and seeing that we can do things differently. Look, with the cabinet, President Trump selected a cabinet that reflects the diversity of the coalition that swept him into office and the diversity of thought, and that was important to him. And we're grateful to our Republican senators for moving them through with, relatively little hiccups overall. And I think the president's view is that those voices are what the people voted for, and that is the government they want to see. And I think the Senate sees that. I mean, it's undeniable, ultimately. And I do think that, thinking back to 8 years ago, many people feel that in some ways President Trump's presidency wasn't given a chance because of the attacks that started from really pre-day one. And I think they recognize how much time he has spent reflecting on his 4 years in office and how he has come through the greatest weaponization in history, all the things that we all know. I mean, nobody has undergone more challenges to get to an office than President Trump. And I think they're quite deferential to giving him the opportunity and the team he wants to not have that happen again. And despite those challenges in the first term, he had a historic presidency. And now I think the feeling is, well, if we just support him and support the folks that helped get him elected, then maybe we'll all do better. A rising tide will lift all boats, and I think that's what we're seeing.
So, James, the big question is, the first major elections we're going to see in just a few short weeks here in Wisconsin. We have Wisconsin Supreme Court races coming up in April, the governor races and state level races later this year. We got some special elections coming up for some of the seats that have been opened up by cabinet picks. We've got, and then we have the midterm elections less than 2 years away. So how do you guys make sure that the political transformation we saw in November, those new voters, walk in beyond just that 1 year, that it isn't just a fleeting thing, that this is a lasting political realignment, similar to the 1934 one you're talking about in the FDR years?
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy, that's for sure. The Wisconsin Supreme Court race, I've been looking at numbers there, and there's some folks getting involved for the conservative. That'll be challenging, I'll say. I mean, it'll be challenging because if you look at the data in Wisconsin, what carries President Trump is a group of voters who only vote when Trump is on the ballot. And the thing that we have to accomplish in all of these elections is getting that specific group of people. You know, there's super voters on both sides, but getting the people that are sort of with the Trump worldview, who aren't necessarily Republicans, but many of them, you know, would sort of consider themselves that now, is getting them to go to the polls when President Trump's not on the ballot and helping them understand that supports his worldview ultimately.
And just to kind of bring this around, look, you have a standing army out here in the audience, right? These are President Trump supporters out here, here at CPAC. The millions and millions of people watching at home. What would be your marching orders to these folks out here in the audience that are watching this event right now, that are watching us have this conversation? What do they need to do to help solidify this political realignment?
Well, I mean, two things. One, put in the legwork. Obviously, we always need volunteers, and in the Wisconsin Supreme Court race, you know, the Wisconsin GOP and many others are getting involved. And if you've got time to spare, go do it. It's very important. There's a lot at stake in that race, not the least of which, you know, could be the future of congressional maps, which is very important. We'll see what happens. But you know, just spread the word and continue to, frankly, encourage Republicans that are down ballot of President Trump to support his agenda, which is often but not always exactly aligned with you know, the historic contours of the party. I mean, the last thing I'll say is I'll leave you with this. There's 13 seats in the House of Representatives that are occupied by Democrats that President Trump won. On average, the Republican underperformed him by 5.2 points. There's only 3 seats in the House that Republicans hold that Harris won. So that gives you some sense of the fact that we should be playing offense here. But that requires bringing all of the other Republicans up to the vote coalition that President Trump has and brought into office. So follow the Trump agenda and pass it, and we will all be rewarded for it.
Really exciting stuff. Thank you, James, for a great conversation, and give our best to President Trump.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Fanny, Letitia, and Jack, the Legal Evils. Please welcome Senior Fellow at Claremont Institute, John Eastman, and partner at Tactic Global, Barry Bennett. Please welcome nominee for Director of Voice of America, Carrie Lake.
I gotta take this in. You guys look phenomenal. You look great. I know why. We're all sleeping better, aren't we? How many of you are sleeping so much better since January 20th? I curl up every night with the sweetest dreams, and watching what President Trump has accomplished and done in 1 month is so incredible. Every day feels like Christmas Day, and every night feels like New Year's Eve. We got something to celebrate. And I want to thank Matt and Mercy for bringing us all together to celebrate this amazing month that we've had. Hasn't it been great? It's been wonderful. You know, a lot of you know about my life in politics, but before that, I had a 30-year career as an award-winning journalist. I was the voice of Arizona. If you're from Arizona, you know that. And I walked away from a very high-paying job in the corporate news during COVID-19 because I just wasn't willing to lie to the public. We had such lies going out toward the public. And I had to ask myself the question, was this huge paycheck that I was earning worth the cost of my soul? And the answer was no. And that is a question that a lot of people in the media right now and the bureaucrats in DC should be asking themselves at this moment. How much is the paycheck? How much is the money worth it? I'm very, very cynical when it comes to the government. It's just how I was raised. I grew up with Ronald Reagan as my president. Anybody else as a kid have Ronald Reagan? And remember his warning? His warning was the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." And boy, was he right. But now the tables have been turned. And the 9 most terrifying words for the government are, "We're from Doge and we're here to audit you." When Elon and the boys show up, I think they're a little nervous, aren't they? I prefer a hands-off government. Am I alone in that? Hands off. Unfortunately, our government has one hand around our throat, and we're finding out the other hand is in our pockets, and they're robbing us blind. And thanks to Doge, we've learned that our tax dollars are going to pay for luxury hotels for illegals in Manhattan, circumcisions in Mozambique, transgender operas in Latin America. It's terrible, it's theft, and Social Security benefits to 150-year-olds. The only 150-year-old I know is Joe Biden. I mean, this is, and apparently there's millions of them. There's even people that are over 150 that are allegedly getting all of this, these paychecks. So that's just the tip of the iceberg in Washington, D.C. It's really kind of like the D.C. creature is like an animal infested with ticks and parasites. From the work-from-home bureaucrats to the handouts and carve-outs and pork, the entire D.C. economy and the surrounding states thrive off of the freebies. But it's not free for us, the hard-working Americans. We're the ones funding this. Our money is lining these swamp creatures' pockets. We're paying off their friends. We're funding the fake news to broadcast this insane narrative across the globe. It's terrible. And knowing all of this and knowing how the odds have been stacked against us, it makes what happened on November 5th even more of a miracle, right? And we gotta thank God for that. We gotta thank God for that. We, the people, worked, we rose up, and we said enough is enough. We've had enough of this. And now, thanks to President Trump's radical transparency, we are learning some cold, hard facts about our government. I've never felt more betrayed by the government and, frankly, the media mouthpieces back in the fake news. This is the biggest scandal of our lifetime, the biggest fraud ever perpetrated on humanity, and any real journalist would be dying to cover this story. Unfortunately, we're still surrounded by too many fake journalists out there. Have you noticed they're grasping at their pearls, acting offended that the fraud is being uncovered? They're offended that we would question the bureaucracy that spent money trying to perform sex changes on monkeys while claiming that FEMA is too broke to help Americans. I'll tell you, the purpose of the mainstream media is no longer to inform us, it's to manipulate us. Have you been following the AP drama? Have you heard about this? It's known as the Associated Press. I kind of think of them as the anti-American propagandists. They're very, very mad about the renaming of the Gulf of Mexico. Now, they have no issue with swapping out Kiev for Kyiv or switching the spelling of a country named Turkey. I didn't even know it was possible to spell that another way. But they have just been horrified by this name change. Remember, these are the same people who didn't want to call riots riots. They wanted to call them mostly peaceful protests. But they will die on the hill of refusing to call that big, beautiful body of water between Texas and Florida the Gulf of America, which is what it is, by the way. And don't get them wrong. They are not making some big principled journalistic stand. It's just fake controversy by a bunch of fake journalists. Where was the AP? And I don't know if they're back there. Where were you, AP, when moms and dads were losing their jobs for refusing to get the untested COVID shot? Where were they? It was crickets. Where were they when moms had to cover their babies' faces with masks? They weren't covering that. Where were they when the boys were in the locker rooms with girls? You know what they were doing? They were actually siding with the people who were perpetuating that insanity on us. They're criminal. They are. They still pretend the 2020 election was the most secure election in all of history. They never even questioned the impossibility. It's impossible that Joe Biden got 81 million votes. They're still sticking you gotta give them credit. They're still sticking to their story. But what kind of journalist supports the hiding of 40,000 hours of video footage so that we can see for ourselves what really happened on January 6th? I still want to see that. Don't you want to see that video? They want to cover their narrative. They want to keep their narrative going. A real journalist would never support censorship. Every single time I've stood on this stage with all of you at CPAC, I've told you to turn them off, cancel your subscriptions, just tune them out. And it turns out it actually worked. We rendered the fake news worthless and useless. Only to find out that our government has been propping them up, keeping them alive with tens of millions of dollars of our tax money. It is absolutely sick. They propped them up. So the mainstream media is really just kind of a zombie media right now. There are a bunch of zombie media outlets who can only make payroll if our government funnels millions of dollars to them. It's obscene. Last week, these media zombies mulled around the idea of boycotting covering the White House to support the AP. Did you hear about their idea? They're going to boycott the White House to support the AP drama. That means no more CNN, AP, MSNBC, and the press pool. I've got a message for the fake news. Don't threaten us with a good time. We will not miss your stupid questions, okay? Real journalists recognize it is a privilege to cover this moment in American history. It's a privilege. We are witnessing the return of our government to we the people. It is a historic moment with monumental consequences for America and the entire world. It's a golden age in America, and damn it, we deserve a golden age in journalism. And that is why I'm honored that President Trump has appointed me to lead the Voice of America. VOA has been telling has been telling America's story to the world for 83 years this Monday. Now, sometimes the coverage has been incredible, and sometimes it's been pitiful. We are fighting an information war, and there's no better weapon than the truth, and I believe VOA can be that weapon. I told President Trump when he called me and asked me to lead the Voice of America that we will focus on accurate and honest reporting. It won't become Trump TV, although I think the ratings would be very high. It won't become Trump TV, but it sure as hell will not be TDS TV. You can find all the Trump derangement syndrome that you want over on CNN, MSNBC, CBS, 60 Minutes, The Washington Post, and The New York Times. The VOA is a soft power for America. Some people have suggested shutting it down. And with all of the corruption, I get it. I totally do, with all the corruption we're seeing. But I believe it is worth trying to save. With a relatively small budget, along with honest reporting, we can spread the values of freedom all over the world and prevent trillion-dollar wars. I'm for that. So as I transition to this next chapter in my life, can we still say the word transition, by the way, or has the woke mob ruined another word for us? There is still unfinished business that I have in my beloved Arizona. Arizona is a mess. It's a mess. Now, President Trump's victory was a blessing, but Arizona remains corrupt and captured. Elon Musk described the government, and I thought this was perfect, as not an apple full of worms, but just a big clump of worms. I know, someone just said, ooh, it is a gross thought, isn't it? Well, Arizona is the same, and we're gonna deworm it. For the past 4 years, we have been in a fight mode. And now we are in a win mode. I like this mode. And I will say, people always say to me, Kara, you agree with the president on everything. Surely you have nothing you disagree with. There is one thing I vehemently disagree with President Trump on. We will never, ever get tired of winning President Trump. Never. So CPAC, are you willing to go to work to help President Trump reclaim America? We gotta work. Let's do it. This guy's ready. Let's do it. We're gonna work so we can continue to win. I love you, CPAC. Thank you for the opportunity, and God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. At ease. At ease. What a firebrand that is. She doesn't need to be director of the Voice of America. She is the Voice of America. Let's hear it for Kari Lake. I'm going to do something dangerous right now. I'm going to rely on technology. What did she say at the end about the one thing she disagrees with the president about? When I left my radio show 30 days ago, I asked my engineer to do one thing for me. And he said, yeah, I can do that. Do you want to hear my ringtone on my phone?
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you say, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much, and I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning.
That's my ringtone. Before I talk about counterterrorism in the last 31 days in American history, can I just use that little technological moment to demand of everyone here and everyone watching that loves America, would you just please take a moment and celebrate? You did it! You made it possible to take back the Republic. Think of what we did. I thought if we're gonna win, if the boss comes back, it's gonna be insanity. It's gonna be protest, the pink pussy hat cat, insanity. Where are they? Where are they? We crushed them, the Patriots. 77 million. I've got two stories to tell you. That's what I'm going to do today. No big speeches, talking points, two stories. One on how much we're winning, and then one about what it's like to work for President Trump. I was in Yale yesterday. The belly of the beast. And I went there to give a speech on counterterrorism and artificial intelligence. And next to me were two panelists. I won't mention their names, but they're not of the 77 million, okay? One of them was an Obama appointee, okay? I spent the last 8 years, because I love America, because I chose America, because I am a legal immigrant to the United States. Me and Elon Musk, me and the First Lady, we chose this country. And for the last 8 years, they called people like me, who voted for President Trump, who worked for President Trump, fascists, Nazis, white supremacists. For 8 years. I kind of at the end, you just laugh about it. Yesterday, my fellow panelists at Yale, the whole time they kept saying, as Dr. Gorka just said, well, that's interesting. I went from being a Nazi to being Dr. Gorka, and as he just said, they've surrendered because we won so bigly. So celebrate, smile every day, enjoy it, revel, revel, revel in what you have done. I was at Fort Bragg on Tuesday. This time is just I think I've been at work for about 3 years already. And I was at Fort Bragg. And indeed. And I was there to see our operators and the commander of Joint Special Operations Command. And the naval officer who was looking after me, I asked him, so when are we renaming the base? Because Pete, Secretary Hegseth. And he showed me his phone. Sir, I drove in dark 30 this morning, and the Bragg sign was already taken down. Winning, winning, win. And Pete, if you're watching, Mr. Secretary, I want to be there with the screwdriver when we put it back, okay? Always brag, forever brag. Okay, so let's get to the real meat of this discussion. Wherever I go, I do a lot of public speaking, at least I used to, before I'm in a skiff for 12 hours a day working for the greatest national security advisor ever. Another Green Beret, oh my gosh, how cool is that? Mike Waltz is the first Congressman Green Beret national security advisor. But wherever I used to go to speak publicly, I was always asked the same question. Wherever I was in America, whoever the audience was, whatever the topic they gave me, sooner or later, they always asked the same question. What's he really like? What's President Trump really like? Well, let me tell you a story of what he's really like. Second Thursday of the new Trump administration. We're less than 10 days in. National Security Advisor Waltz and myself and a military member of my team on the National Security Council are waiting to see the president, to tell him something rather shocking. We walk into the Oval Office, we present, this is all declassified now, you can read about it, there's a big article in the Daily Mail. We presented him a map and some intelligence intercepts. And we said, Mr. President, there is an ISIS terrorist enclave, a cave complex in northern Somalia, which our government has been surveilling for more than a year and a half. And the president looked at me and Mike and said, what do you mean? We've been watching jihadis. And Mike said, well, yes, the former administration and Joe Biden didn't want to kill them. President Trump looks up from the Resolute desk and said, kill them. He got out his iconic big Sharpie pen and ticked the go box on the operational orders. And then we left the Oval. Less than 30 hours later, I am back with my boss, Mike Waltz, with my team members, underneath the West Wing in the Situation Room. It's like I'm in an episode of 24 or a Jason Bourne movie. And we were watching this video, play video. Now this was classified as I was watching it at the highest level. That is a leader of ISIS, responsible for training, recruiting, financing, and deploying jihadis across the world to kill Americans and our friends and allies. Hiding out in a massive cave complex in northern Somalia. We are watching this live, but remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a movie. This is real life. And this is what President Trump did to him. My incredible team member had this declassified within 4 hours, after which President Trump put a social media post up that I would like to read to you. Last line, ladies and gentlemen, the message to ISIS and all others who would attack Americans is that we will find you and we will kill you. For 4 years, we placated our enemies. We gave billions of dollars to Iran. We opened our borders to anyone who wanted to come in and kill Americans. 100,000 fentanyl deaths in 1 year. In the last 30 days, we have designated the cartels as terrorists, and we have unleashed the hammers of hell on ISIS. So, all I want to say to you is President Trump's only motivation, the one he communicates to his national security advisor, Mike Waltz, and to the whole team in the White House, is protect America. And that is exactly what we are doing. Whether you voted for him or not is irrelevant. He is such a patriot. He wants you to be safe and he wants you to prosper. That's the real Donald Trump. So, please keep the president in your prayers, his family, but also smile and be happy. You won. All right, guys.
We have been lied to. We have been deceived. And I've been saying for years, the moment that moms find out what's going on behind closed doors in their children's schools, there's going to be a national revolt. And that is exactly what you're seeing.
Well, what we have learned is that there are members of Congress who aren't really representing the values that we care about as moms.
When you start telling moms they're not your kids, they're going, what are you talking about?
The main reason why we've been losing is because we've been fighting principle with policy. We need to fight principle with principle, because when we do, freedom wins.
What America is going to look like in 10, 20, 30 years from now, you are deciding it today.
Motherhood is a great unifier, and mothers of all political persuasions are uniting together to defend and protect their children. And Moms for America is giving them a powerful voice and platform to be able to do that.
You are creating the future of our country, and if you don't like what we see, you have the power to turn it around. When my children and my grandchildren ask me, where were you when the Republic was hanging in the balance? I am going to be able to tell them I was right there, fighting to my last breath to save it. If you think that this mom-led revolution is just a little thing that's going to come and go, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President and founder, Moms for America, Kimberly Fletcher.
Is it not a great day in America? So I am so excited to be here with you guys when we're happy, because it really was really close to being really, really terrible. And now I wake up giddy every morning looking at my email going, what do we have today? It's awesome. But there's some things that we definitely should be celebrating. The confirmations, the gulag has been opened, the pardons have been done. Women are women again. And I was so honored and thrilled to be with the president and 47 of our moms and their daughters when he signed that, we should not have to say historic, executive order protecting women's sports and our safe spaces. Everything that we asked for, we're getting. And I am so grateful to be living at this time. But I want to make sure that we do not forget 2020. Because those 4 years, if the President of the United States, I love saying that, if he had gone from one term to another, he would not be anywhere near as effective or on target as he is now. And the things that he's getting done, he knows. We don't have the luxury of time, but he cannot do it himself. The calls that you made to make sure that the confirmations went through, that made a difference. And I have to say, I was thrilled to be able to get the text from RFK that said, we made his day when he came out of the hearing and went in and out of the hearing and had all those moms out there in their purple shirts and Moms for RFK. And it was awesome. So these guys are there. Things are happening. Children are being rescued. But there's a lot that we have to do, and we have to do it together because they cannot do it alone. I do want to make sure, though, and take a moment to thank Elon Musk, because prior to him taking over X, we had been permanently suspended from Twitter. No way to get our account back. And then this white knight comes galloping in and pushes a button and pays a bill and says, you're back. So thank goodness that we have a voice again. This mighty movement of moms has been incredible over the last 3 years, rallying moms, pulling them together, and being able to be a voice for common sense and truth, and promoting those principles and values that we hold dear. There are some things that we have that we're doing. It's pretty exciting because the message of Moms for America, reclaiming our culture for truth, for family, for freedom, for the Constitution, those principles of values of freedom are resonating not just across the country, but around the world. And I have had all these people from these other countries who have said, we need a Moms for America in our country. I'm like, I
I don't think that's gonna work as Moms for America. But we can have a Moms for Hungary, and we can have a Moms for Europe, and we are uniting all of those moms who have come to us, big announcement. We are launching momsforfreedom.world to collect the moms, gather them together all over the world to stand for these same principles and values. We also, we are a very solution-based organization, and so when we see a problem, we don't just talk about the problem, we come up with a solution. And when we find somebody that we can partner with that has a solution, we get excited. One of those partners is the Child ID program. And we are thrilled to be able to partner with the NFL, and the attorney generals across the country, law enforcement, and standing to protect our kids with these child IDs. I carried these around in my pocket throughout the 1980s and 90s when I was raising my own children. I had 8 of them, so I had 8 little child IDs, so that if the unspeakable did happen, I had the information to provide to law enforcement to get my kids back into safety. With everything that's happening with child trafficking and sex trafficking, this is something positive that we can do to give parents a peace of mind. So we are launching this here today, our partnership with Child ID program. There's a real threat to our country, and it's not going away. What we saw when all these people were flooding to us and all this crazy was happening, all these moms were asking, where is this coming from? I said, it's always been there. If you've seen The Lord of the Rings, the orcs were always underneath the ground doing their horrible, dark, evil deeds. It was when the ground ripped open and they all started flooding out that we were like, oh my goodness, what's going on? Do not think that the devil sleeps. They have just gone back underground. And this is our opportunity to make sure that ground never opens up again. So we have things that we can do, uniting and standing together. So the greatest weapon that we have right now in our arsenal is moms. And we have got to stand together, unite across the country and around the world to stand up, because the hand that rocks the cradle is not just a cute little saying, it's an immortalized fact. And if you want to turn this around and hold on to the values we hold dear, protect our children, defend our freedoms, restore the republic, we do it through the Mothers of America. If you are a mom, if you are a grandma, if you are a woman of faith, stand up. Stand up right now, stand up. You are the heroes. You have stood strong. You went out and you voted. I need you to reach out to every mom you know, your daughters, your sisters, and you tell them how important that voice is. Because if we want to continue to win, we've got to get these moms who aren't voting out and voting. We've got to restore this love of liberty. Of all the things that is happening right now, the thing that I am most excited about is America 250. I was 10 years old in 1976, and I still remember what it felt like that year. It was like an explosion of patriotism, and everyone from Jack Daniels to Avon created some kind of commemorative piece, which now sits in my living room. That's okay. And I think I own stock in eBay. Anyway, but we can do this again. We have an opportunity to light a flame and start a resurgence of patriotism across the country. This is like a 50-year opportunity. We won't have it again. We need to share the story of America. We need to be celebrating everything that makes us unique and exceptional, because the world, I can tell you, as I'm talking around the world to these different countries, these people are coming and saying, we're looking to you. And I just spoke in Europe at Make Europe Great Again. And what every single representative from those countries said was, now we have hope. It is changing around the world. So I have some really good news. If you want to join this mom movement, we encourage you to do so. Come to momsforamerica.us. You can get on your phones right now and text moms to 53445 and be a part of this mighty movement of moms, because I'm going to tell you what. We have the Air Force. We have the Space Force. And now we got the Mom Force. And we're not done. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the host of The Benny Show, Benny Johnson.
What's going on, CPAC? Woo! What's happening? Welcome to the golden era. Look at these crazy Australians. Who let them in? They're from Australia. They escaped the concentration camps in Australia. It's amazing. The COVID camps, they got out. Good for them. Way to go. We're going to save Australia. But we're having a great time saving America, are we not? Let's frickin' go. Yes. CPAC, I'm so proud of you, by the way. Can we give you all, can you give yourself a hand? This is what CPAC looked like in 2020 versus 2025, right up here. Check it out. Oh, yes, baby. Oh, yeah. We call that a glow up on the internet. Who's more in favor of the chainsaw than the warmonger? Yes. I'm allowed to show this because Mercedes Schlatt tweeted it, okay? All right, freaking love them. Matt and Mercedes doing an unbelievable job, all right? Capturing the energy of the moment. That was so awesome with Elon. Was that a real chainsaw? Did it work? Did you like actually do it? Okay, great, all right, fantastic. The golden era. Just a reminder, you live in a red country. You live in a red country. Ladies and gentlemen, that's getting redder. This is the 2024 election, look at that. This is the directional arrows of how much more red the country went. And it is so amazing to actually have this moment to celebrate with you. Because you know why the country went this way. The country went this way because we finally had a candidate that kept his promises. And here's a big one that was made at CPAC 10 years ago. From our boy, Donald Trump, standing right on this stage, right in this location. And Donald Trump said something remarkable. Check this out. This is a 10-year-old clip. Whoops. Ooh. The CIA, ladies and gentlemen. There we go.
Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein. A lot of problems. Ooh.
Donald Trump. Is there a way to play that clip from the beginning? Can we do it one more time? Let's go.
Bill Clinton. Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein. A lot of problems.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can tell that Sean didn't even know what to say there, right? He's like, whoa. Donald Trump was ahead of his time. Donald Trump made a promise that he was going to fix the predators inside of our government. He was going to start exposing them, starting with Bill Clinton. And who do we have now as our Attorney General? Pam Bondi, the woman who made it punishable by death to go after a child in the state of Florida. Pam Bondi, and as of yesterday, Kash Patel, the man who has promised to expose the entire Epstein list. Woo, baby, we are cooking. You know who are the most scared people in America right now? Right there. There you go. Oh, yes. We're going to have some fun. You want to know? This is why they tried to lock up our boy, okay? This is why they tried. Can we have some fun? Are we allowed to have fun? Is that legal here? Okay, all right, let's go. This is why they tried to lock up our boy. But here's what we say as Christians. Any Christians out there? Any Christians? This is what we say as Christians. What do we say? We say what man intended for evil, God intended for good. They tried to lock up our boy, but what they ended up giving him was a rap album. The hottest banger of the summer. Rappers actually got this tattooed on them. When I saw them making murals of it, I knew it was game over. Okay? It's game over. Who knows somebody with a Donald Trump mugshot t-shirt? Who knows somebody with a Donald Trump mugshot tattoo? Trump's got the mugshot hanging in the White House. That's what you call a backfire, all right? What happened to the, speaking of murals, what happened to the Kamala murals? Oh, I'm sorry, Kamala. That was the day after the election. They were like, see you, lady. What man intended for evil, God intended for good. And we're making some new art, by the way, in the White House. We're switching up some of the paintings in the White House. You know, after they sent out the photographers, Joe Biden was sitting there like this. You know it. You know, it's like the guy. There he is. Good time to try. I mean, it's like, you can't stop him. Joe Biden called us garbage. Did you hear that? Joe Biden called us garbage. What man intends for evil, God intends for good, right? That's right. Who's proud to be the garbage that backs President Trump? I'm proud of it. That's right. Look at our boy. Look at him. He's rocking it. The story here is that his staff told him he can take the vest off. And Trump's like, I love the vest. I'm keeping the vest. Ladies and gentlemen, they tried to kill him. They tried to kill him. The most evil thing you can do to somebody. Who believes that this is the #1 most witnessed miracle in humankind? The most witnessed. Billions of people have seen this miracle, physically watched this miracle. And what happened next? Trump goes back to the Butler rally. He does a rally right on that spot. Brings in Elon Musk. Elon Musk does like the jumping on stage. You used to see it, right? Too bad he didn't have the chainsaw for that. God intended it for good, actually. And God saved us. And I believe that we witnessed the most seen miracle of all time. And then Donald Trump went back to Pennsylvania and did something else remarkable. He went to... Our boy went to McDonald's and showed us what salty servant leadership actually looks like. When was the last time you saw, just call it Donald's at this point, right? It's might as well just call it Donald's. Just let it go. Who's down? Look at him go. Look at this. You know this is why Joe Biden voted for him, because he fixed the ice cream machine. You know it. I love you guys. I love you guys. This is fun. Let's have fun, right? It's been amazing. We're witnessing miracle after miracle after miracle, like RFK eating McDonald's. That's how much Trump's changed it all. Dude, RFK, you got this guy. Who's proud of RFK, man? He's coming in there, making us healthy again. You got RFK rolling up. This is a dude who was campaigning against Donald Trump, whose wife was doing the same thing, and now he's serving in the administration. This is a miracle. It's so incredible to watch these moments. Tulsi Gabbard ran against Trump one election cycle ago. She was running for president against Donald Trump, and here she is doing the Trump dance on stage with Trump. What a timeline we're living in. Who's proud of Tulsi Gabbard, too? We got some Tulsi fans in here? Man. It's such a special moment. And so it's important to center ourselves and remind ourselves what this is all about, all right? Any parents out there? Any grandparents out there? You grandparents throw it up? Anybody? Any young kids who want to be parents out here? Any young people who want to, look at this. Shout out to the young kids who want to be parents, right? We need you. And it's actually never been easier, right? Have you ever met a lib? Nobody wants to breed with those people. You know, it's yellow teeth, purple hair, they smell bad, no deodorant, no showers, okay? They don't know what gender they are. It's tough. America first for me, and I'm sure it's the same for you parents out there. Let me know if I'm right. America first for me means saving this country for my children, my American children first. I'm going to fight for my American children. Because a blessed generation is a generation that leaves the country better for their children, right? A cursed generation is one that destroys the country for their children and leaves them a mess. So that's what we're gonna do together, right? We're gonna save this place for our kids. That's what being really pro-life is all about, and that's what loving your country is all about. We just welcomed our newest 4th child, born on Inauguration Day, baby Whitaker, the golden boy. That's my little family, that's my motivation. Proud Christian, proud father, proud patriot, love this country so much. And ladies and gentlemen, Kamala Harris said she was gonna run on joy. Yeah, right. In closing here, I'll show you what joy actually looks like. If you wouldn't mind, they were telling me backstage, they got some very fancy cameras. They said, feel free to use them. So I said, why not? If you wouldn't mind, if you feel compelled, I would like to show the entire country what actual joy looks like. I would love to do a big Trump dance with y'all. Let's go.
The things that make me mad about those other guys and all the things they do wrong, the one thing that I will not forgive them for is they're trying to steal the joy from this country.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Trump's iconic dance moves are sweeping the internet and winning him a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Editor at Human Events, Jack Posobiec.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the new American Republic. President Donald J. Trump has returned to office as he always said that he would. President Donald J. Trump was put there by the people like you, by the warriors of freedom, by the warriors for America and for the American spirit. Give yourselves a round of applause because you never gave up. You never gave up the fight. You never quit, no matter what they threw at you, no matter what they said about you. You, the people of CPAC, the people of America, rose up and said, we are done. We are done and we've had enough of that city right across the river, and we are targeting exactly the people of that city, and we are coming in and saying, guess what? Where our eyes are wide open and our hearts are full of the fire of the Lord God above, we are going to come to this town and we are going to restore freedom for the American people. And we witnessed a miracle 1 month ago when Donald Trump was returned to office. We absolutely did. And then when Donald Trump swore to uphold the Constitution, I saw so many people now saying, oh, but Donald Trump is here. He's violating the Constitution. He's shredding the Constitution. And I say, no, Donald Trump is not violating the Constitution. Donald Trump is restoring the American Constitution. Donald Trump is the living embodiment of the American Constitution. Donald Trump is embodying the values of our founding fathers for the first time in a long time in Washington, D.C. And to all the champagne socialists as they cry into their lattes, I say to them, well, guess what? You're gonna have a lot more time to sit around and cry into your lattes, because if you're a bureaucrat that's been going out there wasting the American taxpayers' money, guess what? You're going to be fired. If you're a crooked politician that's been stealing money from the American taxpayer, saying that you're sending it to Ukraine, but using it to line your own pockets, guess what? Kash Patel is coming for you, and you are going to be locked up. We're going to investigate all of it. And if you're an illegal migrant or someone who's not supposed to be here, let me tell you right now, and I'll issue a message. Pack your bags because you're going home. This country was built by Americans, for Americans, and we will hand it off to our American children. And to the warmongers of the war machine, guess what? Your war machine is grinding to a halt. The wars will end and peace will break out across the world. And by the way, I've never seen the mainstream media and the Democrats more upset when we're ending wars and actually restoring peace in the world. It's as simple as that, because I'm sorry, World War III has been canceled. And just like the Minutemen at Lexington and Concord, just like the Patriots at Bunker Hill, and just like a Patriot at Butler, Pennsylvania, Donald Trump understands that we are in the tradition of those who fought for this country when this country was on the line. That's what all of you are. That's what this man has done. And look at the team that he's put together around him. Not only do we need to restore the republic, but we need to completely revamp and revitalize our national security in this country. And that's why when I look at this team that President Trump has put together, it's so incredible. You've got Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. You've got your CIA Director John Ratcliffe, who's now overseeing the largest layoffs at the CIA in 50 years. Oh no, oh no. A Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who had the power and the temerity to call a lie for a lie and to tell the truth. And I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if wars can be started by lies, then peace can be started by truth. And then, as we saw yesterday, our new Director of the FBI, Kash Patel, who's going to be overturning all of the tyranny that's come out of the J. Edgar Hoover building. He's going to be overturning it. We're going to go after the real criminals. We're going to go after the pedophiles. We're going to go after the traffickers. We're going to go after the illegals. We're going to go after the cartels. We're going to go after the foreign agents in this country. And yes, that includes the foreign agents that are working and have penetrated the United States government and the United States Congress. We will count every single dollar. And if there's money that shouldn't be in your pocket, oh, you are going away for a long, long time. That's what it means to restore justice in this country. That is the greatest effort, because President Trump came up and he found the destiny of the American people lying in the gutter. And he picked it up with his bare hands and he yelled, "Fight, fight, fight." And the American people delivered their mandate to him and put it on his head. And as President Trump himself said just a few days ago, a man who saves his nation violates no law. That is the way forward in America. We have to understand our Constitution gave the sole elected executive power to the President of the United States. And I say to these crooked judges out there, to these local judges who say that they can block the executive from controlling the executive branch, guess what? You are going to have a very rapid meeting at the United States Supreme Court, and all of your power will be struck down. And you know something else? We're going to take a look at that impeachment clause as well. Because we're done, ladies and gentlemen, we're done. And I'm here to deliver a message to all of you. Because it's as simple as this: the American people are back. For my country, for my family, for your family. When President Trump was put to the test, to the ultimate test in Butler, Pennsylvania, we saw how he answered. Because the American people have woken up, and they've woken up for sure. Because folks, it's as simple as this. President Trump said that when he was down behind that podium, and think of it, you've never seen President Trump like that before. You've seen him raise his fist before and punch it in the air and lead great crowds and great rallies. But in the moment just before that, what did you see? You saw President Trump on his knees with his hands clasped before him in prayer to Almighty God. And I believe in that moment, God spoke to President Trump and delivered him his ultimate mission. And that is the mission that you are seeing take place right now, every day in this new American republic. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness in this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. And therefore, put on the full armor of God, so that when the day of evil comes, you may be able to stand your ground, and after everything they have done to you, to stand. I can't tell you what the future will bring, ladies and gentlemen, but I will tell you that victory is not measured when Donald Trump wins an election. Victory is not measured when Donald Trump returns to office. Victory is only measured at the final day, when we pass on this republic to our children, and our children asked us, Mom, Dad, what did you do when America was on the line, when the revolutionaries were trying to take over and destroy this country? What did you do? And we will be able to tell them, children, we fought. We fought for you. We fought for this nation. We fought for God. We fought for Christ our King, and we delivered. And now it's going to be your turn, because that's how it is, ladies and gentlemen. Freedom is not bequeathed to us. Freedom is a responsibility that we must uphold every single day of our lives. And let me tell you something. You will never deny freedom to our children. You will never put our children in shackles again, because we have stood up and we are never going back to the way things were before. God bless all of you. God bless CPAC, and God bless the United States of America. This is Declassified with Julie Kelly on Substack.
Hello, CPAC. Hello, everyone. Well, I want to thank CPAC for putting me after Benny and Jack Posobiec. I did not have enough coffee this morning to match either one of them, but anyway, hello, everyone. It's funny that Jack preceded me because 2 years ago, we were on the stage together. Jack, myself, Amanda Milius, and Kash Patel. Never in a million years would we have thought that we would now be swearing in today Kash Patel as the FBI director. Amazing, amazing. And a year ago, I was here speaking about how Joe Biden and his Department of Justice was continuing to round up his political opponents and try to throw them in jail, including President Trump, and of course, hundreds of January 6th protesters. Never would I have imagined we would be here after President Trump being elected and then taking the really bold, courageous, and compassionate move of pardoning almost all of the J6ers. So I really want to commend the president. He deserves a lot of praise for what he did, because that was not an easy decision to make. I also want to give a shout out to Matt and Mercedes Schlapp and CPAC, because when no one would touch January 6th, even on our side, they gave me a platform early on to talk about what was happening to the J6ers in that prosecution. And without that platform, you know, now it's cool. Everyone's like, yeah, free the J6ers, you know, it's like the cause of the day. But it wasn't back then. And so I want to thank them and praise them also for giving me a platform and then J6ers over the past few years. So at any rate, I'm going to introduce my fellow panelist in a moment, but what an amazing time talking about a year ago what this Department of Justice was doing, and now seeing it turn 180 degrees and, you know, hopefully bringing the reform that is needed, but also cleaning house at the DOJ, getting rid of the very dangerous partisan operatives who LARP as government lawyers in that department, and then, of course, the FBI. So I'm very excited to see what Attorney General Pam Bondi and her team does, and, of course, Kash Patel and his team. They have a lot on their plate. They really need our support and prayers because they've got, I think, arguably the biggest task ahead of them in the Trump administration. So I'm going to bring out my friend, and we're going to have a discussion about January 6th, and he was the chief of the Capitol Police on January 6th. We have become friends over the past few years, so I would like to welcome my friend, Steve Sund. Want to go here?
Oh, no, I got.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Chief. How are you?
Doing well.
So, Chief, why don't you tell a little bit about your background, and then we'll kind of talk about January 6th and your experiences.
Absolutely. Great to be here. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, CPAC, for allowing me to be here. 30-year law enforcement veteran, 25 and a half years, a little over 25 with the Washington, D.C. Police Department, where I handled all the major events, 2001, 2005, 9, 13 inauguration, 17, when I was up at Capitol Police. Done a lot of major events, a lot of barricades, a lot of tragic stuff, but loved being a police officer up until January 6th.
So I think people are familiar with your work. Of course, you have your book, Courage. What is it?
Yeah, Courage Under Fire, the definitive account of January 6th. And I got to tell you, the current January 6th committee under Barry Loudermilk, and I'm glad Speaker Johnson has continued that investigation. You know, they refer to it as the definitive after action because there's just way too many politicized people's opinions, reports out there. I just want to provide the facts. It's much like I police. You know, my thought on policing and politics is it shouldn't matter to you what political leaning I am, and it shouldn't matter to me what political leaning you are during a traffic stop, a First Amendment activity, or if you call 911 for help, you should get the exact level of service no matter what. And that's kind of how I wrote the book. Just the facts.
So Steve and I started talking, I think, a few years ago, and we have become friends. We have our agreements and disagreements about the interpretation of January 6th and some of the things that happen, but we always are able to discuss those agreeably, because I have tremendous respect for him. But what happened to Chief Sund is, despite his constant pleas to add more security for January 6th, of course, those were denied. But then the day after, on January 7th, Chief Sund became the fall guy who was, alongside President Trump, then blamed and accused of being responsible for what happened that day. And so we could talk a little bit about that now, looking back 4 years ago, how that all transpired, how you sort of were, especially Nancy Pelosi's fall guy for that, and then what has kind of happened since then.
So when you look at it and you look back, a lot of people may not realize this. They've heard Donald Trump offered up 20,000 National Guard troops. That most likely is the case. I do not doubt that. I can tell you definitively, I made 12 requests for federal support, including National Guard, both in advance and on January 6th while we were under attack, and was denied. It was only on the 13th request that I finally get approval at 2:09 p.m. on January 6th. So what I've come to learn since January 6th is January 6th was 100% preventable. If security on Capitol Hill hadn't been so politicized, and you know, when you hear Speaker Pelosi say she doesn't have a role in security on Capitol Hill, look at 2 U.S. Code 1970. Look at it before they changed it, because they changed it based on my testimony. It says specifically, I have to go to the Capitol Police Board. I'm the only chief of police in the United States of America that has to get permission to bring in support for my men and women. I went to the Capitol Police Board. They are required to then get concurrence. They have to go to congressional leadership. It's written in the law. Her responsibility is written in law. So when she said she doesn't play a role, she does. So when you look back on it, whether they had approved my request, and the current, the latest report from Congress said if Chief Sund's request had been approved, the perimeter most likely would have never been breached. 1. 2, intelligence. I've done major events in Washington, D.C. for many, many years. I've dealt with the FBI, I've dealt with DHS. They'd put out joint intelligence bulletins, they'd have briefings, they'd have call the chiefs into the SCIFs, they'd do a conference call, they'd make sure everyone has the same intelligence. Intelligence was handled differently, especially even within my own unit. If intelligence had been accurate, I would have gotten support from the Capitol Police Board, I would have gotten support from leadership, and again, January 6th wouldn't have happened. We had many opportunities to get out of the front of this train.
I think, too, we've talked about, and you've discussed during congressional testimony and also just interviews, what are some of the things that you've learned over the past 4 years that you didn't know about that day? For example, not being alerted about the presence of FBI informants. You know, we talked about not getting access to intelligence, the presence of undercover agents from numerous law enforcement agencies that you weren't really privy to. So I guess, what have you learned, like what surprised you the most as these revelations have come forward, either congressional testimony, the trials, media reporting?
Well, two things that I think surprised me the most is, 1, just how adverse some people up in Congress were to the truth coming out. People may not realize this. When they had the first hearing, February 23rd, 2021, think about that, it's only a couple of weeks after January 6th, they didn't want me to testify. I actually had to go and request through the Rules Committee that I be allowed to testify. I told them I will be there in person, I promise you. And sure enough, if you look at it, I'm the only one that showed up in person. Everyone else was videotaped in. The other aspect was, again, the domestic terrorists that people were saying, oh, the FBI was tracking domestic terrorists. That, again, started the day after my testimony, February 24th, 2001. Jill Sanborn testified and said that the FBI was tracking domestic terrorists coming to the January 6th committee. Now we know from GIO reports and various other reports that as of January 6th, they were tracking, I think, approximately 19 to 26 domestic terrorists coming to Washington, D.C. That sure as hell would have been something that I'd like to know about as a chief of police of a Capitol Police, that they were coming. And when they talk about tracking domestic terrorists, I mean, they're tracking them with people. They're not tracking them with, like, the janitorial crew. They're tracking them with people. So it's not unusual for undercovers to be in the crowd. You're talking about major events in Washington, D.C. It's probably a SOP, but it would have been great to know that.
So a little bit your experience with the January 6th Select Committee, who now, of course, all of the members and all of the staff were pardoned by Joe Biden. So no one can be held accountable for the destruction of evidence, tampering with witnesses such as Cassidy Hutchinson and other malfeasance that we know actually happened with that committee. So, but they didn't really want the truth from you either.
Yeah, I had a very interesting interaction with them. One, it became clear early on that their focus wasn't trying to get to what the American people want to know, what really happened on January 6th. Their focus was predetermined outcome. It was to focus on basically 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. How was Donald Trump responsible for this? I went in there, I had, you'd think the chief of police, they'd want me testifying in public. Absolutely not. When we had our interview, it got very contentious. When I repeatedly tried to refer them back to my responsibility to go through the Capitol Police Board to get assistance for my men and women and how I did that in advance of January 6th, they wanted no part of that. They did not want you, the American people, to know that I had gone out of my way to try and bring in resources to protect the United States Capitol. And then it got, like I said, it got contentious. It was a 6-hour interview. You didn't see a word of that on TV. That was, I thought was concerning. That made me realize real quick that they weren't looking for the truth. And then when you watch it, a lot of people are like watching some of the videotape, and I've heard this brought up that, hey, what's going on with some of the sound that was imported on some of the internal videotape? The cameras inside the Capitol do not have sound. They imported other riotous sounds, other demonstrations, other riots into that. Imagine if any chief of police in the United States of America had changed dash cam videos, body-worn cameras videos, and imported separate audio. What do you think would happen? You'd lose all distrust. So when you look at Biden pardoning the January 6th committee, one, committees on Capitol Hill already have certain levels of protection. That should be sufficient. When you provide them a pardon, you just delegitimized anything they were doing. Anybody that had concerns for the credibility, you just legitimized those concerns. So I think that was I think that was a disservice, but their focus wasn't getting to the truth.
Well, we have a minute to go. I told you this would fly by. So, but I think your work and your honesty, and yes, your courage in speaking out about the committee.
The one who said you should run.
For the presidency of the United States.
It is my honor to introduce to CPAC 2017 our president, Donald Trump.
First of all, I want to thank Matt Schlapp and his very, very incredible wife and boss, Mercedes, who have been fantastic friends and supporters, and so great when I watch them on television defending me. Nobody has a chance. I love this place. Love you people. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you. We know that there are still more records to be shattered, new summits to be scaled, more triumphs to be realized, and more amazing history just waiting to be written. The American adventure has only just begun. God bless America, and we will see you next year. Thank you very much. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it takes a village, people. The MAGA Moolah Meltdown. Please welcome CPAC Senior Fellow, Mercedes Schlapp. Senior Advisor, United Against Nuclear Iran, Hiba Willis. CEO, United Against Nuclear Iran, Ambassador Mark D. Wallace. And CPAC Chairman, Matt Schlapp.
Where's Michael? What kind of music is that?
I don't know.
Is that Iranian music?
No, but we should play one.
Hey, was Benny Johnson not great?
That's great.
I saw some dance moves out there that were pretty, that was pretty good. Did you get to see that? Benny got the whole crowd dancing.
I'm not surprised. I mean, he's such a charmer.
And tonight, just so you know, I don't know where Natasha Owens is. She's probably she's getting another dress made. She's got a special
dress. It was like
she's got a special song for you guys tonight. So anybody who's going to the dinner, and if you're not going to the dinner, make sure you watch. I know C-SPAN's got this. X has it. Ben Shapiro was showing this, live streaming this on the Daily Wire yesterday. to the UN, so that takes it down a couple notches, actually, when you say UN. But the, sorry, I got, it's just the way it is.
You're vulnerable here, Schlapp.
I am vulnerable because he's known me a really long time. Priscilla O'Shaughnessy's here. I know she's going to be mad at me for saying it, from my hometown of Wichita. Priscilla's known me since I'm like 18, 16, 17, something like that. So you could probably learn some bad stuff from Priscilla if you
Matt, you're
decide
really
what's
telling
next
your
for her.
age right now, okay?
And Wallace is in the same position. But Mark, it's a great honor for Mercy and I to have you and your beautiful wife. You guys do such amazing work. You had me, gave me a very special invitation to go to the 80th anniversary at Auschwitz recently. I went to Poland, Mr. and Mrs. Balaban and Henry. I went to Poland, your home country, even though you're Americans. And a beautiful place. We met with amazing people. It was a very moving trip. Thanks for including me. But to have you here is very special for Mercy and I. You're a great friend. The work you do, you've done behind the scenes and prominently to try to make sure that we defang Iran and Hiva, from your point of view, give the Iranian people a shot. It's the mullahs who are in the way, just like the same problem we have in Cuba, the same problem we have in China. So thanks for being here.
Guys, thanks for having me. And I have to do a little something to start this.
Oh,
You have to
no.
indulge me
Oh,
because
no.
it's a sentimental thing. I have to get some real thank yous out of the way and talk about what this is, because I've known them a very long time and I've seen this grow and I've seen what it's meant to the Schlapps. And it's very moving for me to work with them. They're very dear friends of mine. But first we have to say, I have to acknowledge and tell a story. I want to acknowledge the government of Poland, Prime Minister Tusk, my friend Radek Sikorski, and the Polish delegation. The president of Poland's coming as well. And there's an entire Polish contingent here. Guys, stand up just for 1 second.
And the polls here, you stand up.
Every poll.
Come on.
Every poll.
Who's Polish?
Stand up.
Come on.
No, no, the delegation,
There's
please.
more.
The entire delegation, stand
There we
up. Because the reason why that's so important is Poland is here in so many ways, and their government is so wonderful. And I had a crazy caper to exfiltrate a drone out of Ukraine and work with our allies, the Poles, to sneak an Iranian drone out of Ukraine and fly it on a Polish C-130, and it's displayed here. They're great allies, and before the president even did it, they are the biggest NATO defense spender in the world. They spend nearly 5% already, and they are really the poster child of what we want a NATO ally to be about. And it's so great to be here, and all the Poles to see them here. It's really exciting. Now, I was talking in the green room. It's, you know, the Schlapp green room, I guess. And I was talking to the Foreign Minister Sikorski and Amanda McKinney, who's here. And I was talking Iranian drones and things. And this is what CPAC's about. All of a sudden, it turns out that Poland, and I didn't know this, is one of the great apple producers in the world. And Amanda, wherever she is here, produces incredible apples in Washington State. So immediately, the CPAC discussion in the green room that was about Iran drones turned into a apple diplomacy. And that's what this place is.
Which could have easily turned into tariffs, so it could have gotten really fun, right?
But it's a testament to what CPAC is about. And, you know, having known them, it's really what the Schlapps are about, because you can have a conversation with real people about real things and important things and the binds that tie us together. And Matt and Mercy, I've seen you, and I knew you before you were Matt and Mercy. And to see that and the things that you do for our country and for all of us, you know, I just think we should give them an applause. I have to do that. I've known them a long time. But to Matt and Mercy, I mean it. You know I mean it. I'm totally hokey.
Okay, you're gonna make me cry. Let's get going.
No, I think he just wants to get invited back.
I want to talk about tough things.
Hiva, you married this guy who is this anti-Iranian regime activist, anti-extremism activist. We have a lot of commonality. Your organization doesn't really get involved in politics. You're really involved in national security.
We are.
We get involved in politics, but there's a lot of crossover here. There's so much that we have in common, because at the end of the day, if it's not about human rights, God-given rights, what is it all about? And you must have this amazing experience of seeing Donald Trump's maximum pressure campaign that your husband had a lot to do with building, then this 4-year hiatus, which is everything to subsidize this radicalized regime, and now we're back to trying to bring the regime, not the people, the regime to its knees by depriving them of everything they could possibly need, including customers for their petroleum products. How does it feel to be back on the right track?
It brings hope back. Let me tell you, the 4 years, if continue to suffer under this regime. This regime kills its own people, kills its young women, young men, that all they want is freedom, basic freedom of just not. How threatening is my hair right now to you? A young woman died, well, yeah, too. But a young woman dies on the street for just showing a bit of her hair. And President Biden did not support any of it. And to me, that was unacceptable. And thank God that President Trump is back, because this regime is scared. Let me tell you, all of its proxies are brought down to its knees. It is, if any change is going to happen, it is now, and this is the time. And I am so thankful for the maximum pressure being back on and all option against this regime. Because
Eva, you grew up in Iran. You spent time there.
Yeah.
Your family had to flee this regime. I mean,
Yes.
how difficult was it for your family to pick up and have to leave everything to come here to the United States?
Well, your family knows something about that,
Right,
too.
both of you.
Yeah,
I mean,
both of
I mean,
us.
remember, we
Yeah.
have a Cuban American and an Iranian American sitting next to one another. It's an amazing testament to our country that you two are here
And
can
where
talk
we
about human
are.
rights and freedom. Because I know them obviously both really well, and their experience across the world is so similar. You know, and there's hope now. But you know.
And where we have come this far, this country has provided so much opportunity, and just to the freedom and the opportunity that has brought us. I mean, I would have never thought I would be sitting here with you guys, with this amazing audience, talking about President Trump. And to me, this is a dream come true. And
Mercy, how long was your father in prison?
This is very near and dear, because what you see. And we had this conversation yesterday with the Jewish families, the families of the hostages, of the tragedy of really how horrific governments can be, terrorists can be, and for us in the United States, we don't comprehend it 100% because we live in this great country. But when I look at my father, who is now 89 years old, who, back in the late or early 60s, when he did have to confront the communist regime, and he was put in a situation where, he was building his businesses, he was in the prime of his life, to have to turn everything over to the communists because they came in and said, give me your keys to your house, give me your keys to your businesses, and then he's left with nothing. And how many countries have so many people, millions and millions of people, who have lost everything in the hands of these horrific authoritarian regimes and these communist regimes? And so for my father, he was thrown into jail after trying to overthrow the Cuban government, and was in jail for literally close to 8 years, where he was thrown into solitary confinement, naked in a dark room for 2 to 3 months at a time, where he was tortured, where he would hear the cries of his friends being executed. It is horrific what the communists have done to destroy so many people, so many families in the world. And when you ask my father, are you Cuban? Are you American? He proudly says, American. I am American. I stand for freedom. And you, my daughter, and you, my grandchildren, and you, my son-in-law, you have an obligation to protect this country. You have an obligation to protect the freedoms that are fragile in America. And that is my message to every single one of you in this audience.
Let me just say one thing there. So Agnieszka, I often say, well, you're Polish, you correct me. You say you're American.
American.
When I asked my father-in-law Or if I slip up and say he's Cuban American, he puts his hand on my arm and says, I'm an American. This is a very, very important difference. There's nothing wrong with being proud of your heritage. But as Mark Levin, who is one of a real hero to all of us, says, we're not a nation of immigrants. We're a nation of former immigrants. That's a really important distinction.
You know, her family, may her father rest in peace, Mir, he was a wonderful man. He said the same thing to him. I knew him before he passed. And he said, you know, I'm an American. And her father and her mother gave up everything in Iran to move her and her sisters here to get a better life. Her mother couldn't speak English and still struggles with it because she had a harder time, came a little later, but they wanted a better life for their daughters. And that's an incredible experience, all in the face of oppression. And look, you know, because of our friends, the Poles and the United States, President Trump, our friend Rick Grinnell, we were able to bring this Shahed 136 drone.
Which everyone can go down to our CPAC Central and go see it. It's actually here, the first time on American soil. Right. It's at CPAC. Go see this killing machine. And it's a good, important reminder to this regime, this barbaric, murderous regime that intends to tell you that it stands for some kind of godly principles, what an abomination they are. It's important for them to know that due to Mark's good work, that we're on to them, that we are going to make sure that we stop them, and that they should be, we said yesterday, around the globe, all the right people are sweating.
That's right.
They're worried. And that's part of the maximum pressure campaign, is to make sure that they understand that if they take steps against America, against Israel, against Jewish people, against Christian people, against our allies, against the stability of civilization, I believe, I'll speak for him, even though I don't represent him, I believe President Trump and our allies will take the steps needed to make this stop. And that starts with Israel getting rid of Hamas. It starts there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look, it's very rare when you can look into the eyes of a despotic regime, because they usually lie, and the propaganda they put out is to tell you that they aren't who they are. But that drone downstairs, that Shahed 136, is the ubiquitous terror weapon of mass destruction across the Middle East.
There it is,
Israel.
right there on your screen.
There it is, and we have it downstairs. It's been used against Israel. 3 American service members died on the sharp end of that because of, in my opinion, failed policies of the previous administration. Numerous service members have been injured. It's attacked our allies in Saudi Arabia, the UAE, across Syria and Iraq, and shipping in the Bab el-Mandeb in the Red Sea, even in the Persian Gulf. And of course, they've sent over 6,000 of these drones into Russia to attack Ukraine. And it is an indiscriminate terror weapon that kills innocent women and children. So every time you see an Iranian official, and we list them, say this propaganda and they smile at you, the smiles that oppress their families, you'll look at this drone and that's the true face of oppression. That drone is what they really are.
So and thanks for bringing it here. I think it's important. The other person who was going to be with us today was the Crown Prince of Iran, who played us. You know, Mercy and I sometimes pinch ourselves because we have the most fascinating meetings at our CPAC headquarters. And he came to our headquarters, and we had this great conversation about his view for the government of Iran to be a secular government, and the government of Iran that would recognize the state of Israel, a government of Iran that would rid itself of this concept of fueling and feeding and funding terrorism. He's an important voice, and he wanted to be with us here today.
Right, and we heard, we hope, he indicated his mother, the great Shabanu, is sick, and he had to return to Paris.
The Shah of Iran's widow is alive.
Yes, and apparently she was ill, and we wish her the best. And I'm personally disappointed that I didn't get to see His Royal Highness, and I know he would have been a valuable addition. But we have to figure out ways to support the Iranian people, just like we supported the Cuban people, because these are the oppressed. Any ideas?
You know, we've been thinking about this.
Should we do it? Should we make some news?
Yeah, I think we should make some news. Why don't you make the news?
Oh, man.
Mercy, you're okay with the news, right?
Yes.
Because I always have to.
hard work.
I'm not having another baby.
This is why.
I would love to, but we're.
Oh, she says that until someone puts a little baby in her arms, and then she starts
I could
having
be a
sex.
grandmother before.
This is why.
This might be harder than actually raising a baby. Let me just say.
This might be harder.
But it is worthwhile.
We might have opened up a bad topic. But
it is worthwhile, though.
I will say this is one of the reasons why we're here as couples, too, because I kind of saw how you guys operated at the museum that you're opening up on the corner of Auschwitz, at the corner of the camp where this horrible criminal lived, who was the camp
Commandant. If you watch the movie The Zone of Interest, the Huss house, Rudolf Huss, we don't like saying his name, I'll only say it one time, but the man that institutionalized the industrial scale slaughter of Jews and other people, Poles, Romans.
A lot of Poles.
Yeah, a lot of Poles, but millions of Jews went to their death looking at that house. It is the true face of evil. We managed to put and you were there, we put a mezuzah on the front door of that house after 80 years.
Yeah, and I got to touch it, which was incredibly meaningful.
It was so interesting, when we put that mezuzah on, sometimes you just do things and you don't realize, and we put it on that door, we observed the halakhic principles in doing it, and we just did it. And everybody, Jews, non-Jews alike, wanted to go touch that mezuzah, and it's become just a real rallying point.
It's an evil place.
The wonderful U.S.
I will say it's an evil place. I felt evil there.
Yeah.
I didn't like being there. So it's very important that we take evil places and try to, make them more holy.
And we got to teach. We got to teach the people. We got to teach the people that these tragedies, these genocides, they happen. They have destroyed communities. They have destroyed families, and it must stop.
So let me just say one thing. I wanted to say this one thing. It's really important. So we had a great tour guide at Auschwitz, and I'd never been to a concentration camp, a death camp, a work camp. On purpose, I hadn't gone.
Yeah.
Because I already know I think it's terrible, and it upsets me so much to even be there. But one of the things I learned was the initial intent of Auschwitz was to kill political prisoners in Poland.
Yeah.
So many Polish people were killed who were trying to stand up to authoritarianism. Is this right? This is right. And this is the story for America. I'm not comparing it to that. I'm simply saying the lesson I learned was, whether you're talking about people that are persecuted by the government. We've had this whole conversation with Julie Kelly here. What happened to people that felt like the last election had fraud? And we have all these J6 victims. You have all these people who couldn't even speak their mind, that had their Facebook page canceled, while the mullahs have their Facebook page. Donald Trump and others people have their Facebook page taken away. The lesson of all of that is, when you snuff out political speech, that's just the beginning, and it can lead to even worse things. So you're right, sweetheart, we have to really understand our history. So part of our understanding our history is calling out the bad guys now, right? Absolutely. Ambassador Wallace?
Absolutely.
So how do we do that?
Well, I think one of the things we have to do is think about how we can help the oppressed, right? How do we rally that? And look, we've operated, when the Crown Prince was supposed to be here today, we can do something to try to help organize that diaspora. It's a diverse diaspora, different people, different competing influences. And look, like any diaspora, mercy the Cuban diaspora, there's a lot of, at times, friction. But if we can do something to show that we stand with these diasporas, as diverse as they are, and bring them together in one roof, the moment the unity is shown against these despotic regimes, it's the first day of the last day of those regimes. So what do you think?
I think we should look at the title of this conversation. I'd like to have a MAGA mullah meltdown.
A MAGA mullah meltdown? A CPAC Iran in exile?
I think a CPAC Iran in exile. What do you guys think?
I think,
would that cause, there we go, that would cause a meltdown.
Right, we could invite all the Iranians, leaders and groups who all at times have friction, but are all united against this regime. And I know, Matt, you've done so many things with CPAC, but that would be an incredible way to show the people of Iran that their future might be just around the corner.
What would your dad think about having a MAGA mullah meltdown?
It will be a big task, but it is worthwhile, and we have to
Let's
do it. That's the only way.
You guys join us?
You guys got to show up.
Don't worry, we're not going to Tehran.
Yeah, we'll do it here.
We're going to go someplace closer. All right, thank you all.
I will not be participating if it's Tehran.
That's right, not doing that. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for bringing this weapon of mass destruction. Make sure you go down to the CPAC Central to check it out. And we got so much more going on today, so just don't leave the room for very long at one time, okay? God bless you all, and thank you all for being here.
Welcome to CPAC. At Great American Media, we celebrate what matters most: faith, family, and country. Today, we invite you to experience storytelling that uplifts, inspires, and reflects the values we all cherish. PureFlix is your home for entertainment without compromise. With faith-driven movies and series, we bring you stories that strengthen hearts, uplift spirits, and honor what truly matters. And on Great American Family, where faith leads, where stories inspire. Welcome home. Whether it's Christmas all year long, heartfelt romances, or movies that bring families together, we are here to make you feel at home. At Great American Media, our foundation is quality. Our promise is to always deliver entertainment that aligns with your faith and values. Thank you for standing with us as we stand for faith, family, and country. Enjoy CPAC. And remember, when you choose Great American Media, you choose entertainment that lifts you up. Join us and experience the best in faith and family entertainment.
Wherever human freedom is under attack, in courtrooms, legislatures, and the public square, we stand ready to defend it. This is why Alliance Defending Freedom exists.
Supreme Court victory for a Christian woman who was taken to court for standing firm in her beliefs.
The First Amendment follows a golden rule. If we want to protect speech for ourselves, then we need to protect it for others.
A video released this week by ADF International has attracted over 34 million views and even attracted comment from Elon Musk. It concerned a pair of Swiss parents who have had their child taken away from them because they objected to her gender transition.
We're not just here to stop the erosion of liberty for this moment alone. We are here to keep the door open for the gospel. And when the gospel does its work, truth doesn't just hold its ground. It advances. It sets people free for generations to come. This is our mission at Alliance Defending Freedom.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed to be ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MKUltra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
America is under attack. Our families are being crushed under the politics of a radical agenda. But moms have had enough. We are standing up and we are fighting back.
This is our battle. This battle is every bit as important as the Revolutionary War because we fight for the same thing.
Moms for America is a national movement of moms reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution.
I think Moms for America is exactly on track and is doing the right thing for the future of our country and our children.
Like, Moms for America is going at the heart of the issue.
I want to go on the record and say I'm for moms, I'm for America, and I'm especially for Moms for America.
But I am honored to join Moms for America today as we speak out against the horrific mandates.
With a national network of over 500,000 mothers, Moms for America is one of the fastest growing movements of women in the country.
Well, the most dangerous place in all of nature is between a mama bear and her baby cub.
We are the change. No matter what,
no matter where, and no matter how difficult the obstacles are that are facing us and our families, we will not give up and we will not give in.
So if not now, then when? If not you, then who?
Welcome to the Homeland Revolution.
CPAC Hungary, the Hungarian version of the annual super conference of hard-right US Republicans, has begun in Budapest.
Hungary's authoritarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán.
CPAC is doing a special event from Hungary in May.
CPAC has made its way to Europe for the very first time. The gathering, frequented by many of the GOP's leading fringe voices, is underway right now in Hungary.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman CPAC Hungary, Miklos Santo.
Dear friends, fellow Patriots. From Hungary, you know, the island of freedom of Europe, it is our national sport to make the liberals cry. But of course, you know that. You know a lot about Hungary, don't you? But why? It's because our Prime Minister Viktor Orbán. He is a loyal friend to President Trump and to CPAC, and loyalty is a true conservative value. Prime Minister Orbán also spoke at CPAC Dallas in 2022 and has been the keynote speaker at every and each CPAC Hungary so far, and CPAC Hungary will be a joyous occasion this May again. Because 2025 began tremendously. The Trump tsunami has swept the Dems out of office, and there is a revival of the right on the old continent, led by Prime Minister Orbán and the Patriots for Europe. But dear friends, allow me to recall a Hungarian saying. It is in victory that one must remain most humble and have a realistic view of the world, I would add. We may have won a famous battle in the struggle for the soul of the West, but the fight against the woke is far from over. Until Donald Trump came to your rescue, the United States hadn't had a strong leader for almost 2 generations. And sadly, the same applies to Western Europe. And the lack of leadership and vision has led to a systematic collapse on an economic, political, and security scale. The disease has spread to every and each level of our societies, but its roots are cultural. And culture is a matter of national security. When Elon Musk let the Doge loose at USAID headquarters, he was targeting the root cause: corrupt malicious Marxist propaganda poisoning the well of our civilizational greatness. But USAID was only one of the heads of the woke hydra. The left's geopolitical manipulation machine also operates through Hollywood, Brussels, the UN, the Washington Swamp, the big media, the Ford, the Gates, the Rockefeller Foundations, and of course, George Soros' Open Society Network. Just imagine that good old Georgie spent $1.4 billion to meddle in Europe. The woke machine assimilated bureaucracies and policy making at all levels of government. It launched a concerted assault on the family, Christianity, and the sovereignty of nations. And the establishment has been more than happy to play along as puppets of the globalist deep state network. So do you know why they hate Trump, Orban, or Milei so much? Because they refused to submit, wouldn't assimilate, and can't be destroyed. And now it turns out that they were right all along. Just one, but hugely important example. Both President Trump and Prime Minister Orban have been pushing for an end to the bloodshed in Ukraine, going against the progressive warmongers. And now, with the new sheriff, your new sheriff in the White House, peace negotiations have finally begun, and it's really shocking to see supposed pacifists whining that the war might be over. So, the lesson is strong leaders make peace, weak leaders make war. And our civilization is not lost as long as such visionary and charismatic leaders can rise in the Americas and Europe. But in order to cut off every single head of the woke hydra and break the great geopolitical manipulation machine of the left, we must unite our forces. You conservatives, we respect the past, so we should write the future too, and so we will win, but we win so that we can fight for more. Fight for normality over green jihad, fight for the family, the best thing humanity invented so far, over wokeness, fight for political leadership over bureaucratic dictatorship, fight for national security over open society, and fight for peace, securing life for future generations over the ideology-driven bloodshed of war. Life is much more than a struggle for self-preservation. And what it makes it more is precisely what it makes it truly beautiful and meaningful to us. Our families, our children, our dignity, our freedom, our faith, and our country. That is the message I came here to share, and that is what CPAC and CPAC Hungary is all about. We really very much hope you join us again this May in Budapest at CPAC Hungary. Let us fight together, and the age of patriots will dawn. With a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, let us be confident that the best is yet to come. God bless you, God bless America, God bless Hungary, to God alone glory. Thank you very much.
the behind the scenes, the scoop, that's what our journalists like to get, in terms of what really happened. Would you like to talk about that for the first time right here publicly?
Of course, sure.
I'm dying to hear this story. I really want to hear this.
Well, we worked together a lot at that time.
Yes.
And we will work together.
At the Hallmark Channel, but amazingly, after you left, I didn't work at the Hallmark Channel anymore.
Well, you're next. After he tells his story, your story's coming.
Yes. No. Well, you know, so we had a great team at Hallmark that built an incredible franchise and a great brand and a network and a bunch of networks, actually. And we got to the point in 2017, we were #1, fourth quarter, with Countdown to Christmas, and very successful. And at that point, though, you could see the change in, you know, the chairman and the management at the parent company and the family to become much more woke and DEI-driven, very DEI-driven. And so, you know, they were in DEI before it was cool to be in DEI. And the reality of that was that we were serving an audience that was focused on family-friendly content and faith-based content, that they wanted traditions, they wanted values, they wanted to see that expressed on TV. And so there was tremendous pressure from the family to make changes.
So at some point then you decided, and you stood up and had the courage to say, I'm not going along with this. I heard, and maybe this little birdie told me the right information or the wrong information, but there was an incident that happened with the White House tree lighting.
Well, this was really the beginning of really seeing this become public or become evident to me. We were chosen to host and televise the White House tree lighting. It was President Trump's first time doing the tree lighting. And there was an article in The Hill that said, Trump White House partners with Hallmark Channel for Christmas tree lighting. And it was wildly successful. It was the president's first tree lighting. We had talent there. It did big ratings. It was a big part of our Christmas presentation. And the reaction was, at the time, that's not so good. And you're either with humanity or you're against it.
That's what you were told?
Yes.
And what was your response?
Well, at the time, you know, I was totally shocked. We had an incredibly successful business that was thriving, and we were, you know, by any measure, we were told for many years we could never be successful as an independent, that we were just, you know, in over our head. We wouldn't be able to survive, and we were hugely successful. So, you know, I kind of took it with a grain of salt. At the time, though, I was, you know, very shaken by that thinking, and then you saw it become more pervasive over the next couple of years. So, you know, and we had an audience that was so loyal, loved what we did so much, and they had nowhere else to go on TV. There are many places, any place you want to go, you're going to find different type of content that is not family-friendly and values-based.
When you're faced with something like that, there had to be a level of heartbreak there, because you've poured your life, you've poured your career into that, you've poured your mission, your testimony, your own personal faith into that, and when you come to a moment like that.
And reading notes from viewers who were just so disappointed with, you know, what the direction was is heartbreaking.
Wow. Dean, you were with Hallmark Channel as well. Of course, you guys have a history, and you left. Tell us a little bit about your personal experience.
By the way, did I host that Christmas dinner? I did host that one. As a matter of fact.
Did you know that was going on behind the scenes at the time?
No, I was too busy working for him. I didn't know that was I didn't realize that was the feedback, which is amazing, because I remember it being a very successful event, and it was great fun. And, it's shocking to hear that. It's actually ridiculous. And, you know, when Bill left Hallmark, I was shocked as well, because I had been doing a lot of films for them, and I enjoyed them so much. I'm a single father, and I wanted to make a lot of content that my son could see and my family could see and be around, and that I wanted to watch. And you really built an incredible brand. Absolutely. And then all of a sudden, Bill was gone, and my phone never rang from Hallmark again. And I was like, wow, okay, whatever has happened with the sort of the wokeness, there wasn't going to be me on the other end of the line, which I was okay with. I mean, I had plenty of other things to do. But I found that shocking. I love what you've built. Congratulations again. But it's just that you've proven that what you're putting out there is what people want to watch. And that's fantastic. You know, as far as being canceled, they tried to cancel me in Hollywood so many times. If an actor speaks up on something, listen, and for actors, go ahead and speak up or don't. It doesn't matter to me. I would work with Robert De Niro. He's a great actor. I don't like his politics. You know, Rob Reiner, very good director. I don't agree with his politics either, but I would still work with him, and I don't think it works the other way around. Like, I don't think Rob Reiner, and I've met with Rob since, and he didn't hire me, but it could be for many reasons. But, you know, you just sort of wonder, you know, why it's so solid, such a solid wall on one side and not the other. So I don't think I've ever really been canceled because I continue to work constantly and I voice my opinion, and thank you.
Well, absolutely. There is an element of courage when it comes to pressure from the world. And as Christians, we need to understand that we are called to be bold. We're called to be confident, and we're called to operate in excellence at all times. It's interesting because now there is a headline of an article in the New York Times that reads,
"This ought to be good.
The woke movies era is over." That was the New York Times. Absolutely. And I want to read this other, because I want both of you to kind of speak to this, because you have been on the forefront of leading by example when it comes to standing up. There is a cultural shift, this is a quote, and this cultural shift is not merely a trend. It is a revival that has the potential to reshape society in ways that will make the powerful take notice. It is not about political parties, yet its impact will be felt across the political and cultural landscape as young people find hope and identity in Christ and step up as the next generation of leaders. That is where we are.
Are you sure that was the New York Times?
That was not the New York Times.
Oh, that part wasn't.
That
okay.
was the Christian Post.
There we go.
There you go. The New York Times has declared woke movies that era over. With that being said, Bill, what is next for Great American media?
Well, we're going to be true to who we are. We will never compromise our values. We will never change. And we don't care what the environment is. We will be serving the viewer, which we believe, by the way, is the vast majority of the country, who want to see faith-based content that's family-friendly and supports the country and isn't derisive of those elements. So we will never change who we are.
What is the importance, Dean, because you have been very outspoken, like you said. It is not the majority of the country that was asking for the woke content that was being put out. I work for Dr. Phil's Merit TV, and Dr. Phil has done so much research on this fringe that seems to have the microphone. You have challenged that. Talk about the significance of where we are right now and what opportunity we have to spread faith, family, and traditional values.
Well, you kind of don't have to look any much further than what Bill has done at Great American Media.
Yeah.
There's a reason that folks have flocked over there. I'm not sure about the Hallmark numbers anymore, but I got a funny feeling they're not as good as they used to be, my friend, and I think your numbers are up. People go and watch what they want to watch, and they'll find that, and I think that's wonderful. Andrew Breitbart, who was a friend of mine, once said that, you know, politics are downstream from culture. When you're making content like Bill is making and putting out there, people want that, and they will come to it, and they will see it. And I think that's super important. I love making that stuff because I want my son to be able to, you know, watch this. And now he's 24 now, so he's getting into different things. But when he was in high school, he was at a Christian school, and I did a film called God's Not Dead. I did not play a nice guy in that. And everybody watched the film, and the school went to see it, and they're like, dude, your dad's a jerk. Like, no, he's acting. He's acting. But I mean, I think it's so important to have those conversations, and those kind of films and shows, they have the families have conversations because of them. When you're putting out this other content for just a fringe number of people, they'll die. And that's why, you know, companies like, I'm not going to pick on Disney, but Disney has not done a remarkable job with their franchises, rebranding, changing things, and look at the success that Bill has had, and I think it's wonderful.
Having the courage to do that, though, is so incredible, because without talent like you in God's Not Dead, it isn't the franchise that it is.
That's right.
Thank you, good sir.
I've had the opportunity to be in 2 of the God's Not Dead movies. We met at the Dallas premiere of God's Not Dead, In God We Trust. If you haven't seen it, it's a powerful movie because it mirrors what is actually happening in our society today. It's the spiritual warfare that we all are watching play out. Talk about this Gen Z revival that is happening. We're seeing it in sports with players. We're seeing it with coaches. Ohio State University, guys, they